caballeros can be very warm if he's after a woman, and very cold if he's out to kill a man. You know, of course, that I'm married to Greg Collins, the famous private detective. I'm Gail Collins, and I'll be back in a moment to set the stage for our puzzling crime.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins. Tell me, Senora Collins, you mentioned the Argentine. What's our story titled tonight?
I call it The Chrome Yellow Death.
Sounds exciting.
Believe me, Jack, it was. Greg and I received an invitation to Los Colorados, just outside of Buenos Aires. Very wealthy tobacco magnate Tom McDougal owned an exquisite hacienda farther inland, in a rather fetid, tropical, almost jungle area. He had known Greg a long time, and he'd asked us to fly down from San Francisco as his guests, including the plane fare. What especially intrigued Greg, though, was that instead of the usual come and visit me note, the letter from McDougal hinted that there was some high jinks going on in Cruz Angelo. Anyway, we had left the airport and driven way inland to Tom's hacienda, where the foreman greeted us.
Bienvenido, Senor y Senora Collins. Welcome. I am Antonio Sebastian, Senor McDougal's foreman. I will take the baggage, I think, no?
Hello, Antonio. We haven't seen you in about 5 years, have we?
No, Senora, it is a pity. It is a shame.
Where's Tom, Antonio? Out in the tobacco fields, I suppose.
No, Senor Collins. Senor McDougal, he never go near. He just let Antonio grow the tobacco. He stay here all the time. He will be here soon, I think. Would you like to make yourself comfortable?
Sure.
Here, I have prepared a daiquiri for you.
Oh, that's well, Antonio.
Antonio make the best daiquiri in all Argentina.
Thank you, Antonio. Well, salud.
Salud y pesetas y amor, Antonio.
Salud, Senor y Senora Collins.
Sensation.
Oh, I'm going to steal you from Tom, Antonio, just to have you in San Francisco. We'll pay you twice what Tom does. And all you have to do is make daiquiri.
Antonio. Antonio.
There's Senor McDougal now. I am here, Senor, with your visitors, Senor and Senora Collins.
Here? I hadn't expected them so soon. Greg, my boy, and Gail, how are you both?
We're fine, thanks, Tom.
You look a bit hot and bothered. Something wrong?
Yes, a fire. Almost destroyed my tobacco crop.
What is that?
Oh, we got it out. But it was a pretty close thing.
You were in the field, Senor?
Yes, Antonio. And something's very funny down there. I'll talk to you about that later, after dinner.
Daddy.
Oh, Lorna. Greg, Gail, you remember my daughter.
Yes, of course.
Oh, hello. Daddy, did you tell me the truth? Do you swear you didn't hurt yourself putting out that fire?
Now, have I ever lied to you, Lorna?
Yes, often.
I want to show you something when we finish dinner, Greg.
What's that, Tom?
Something I found in my tobacco field. A rag, soaked in kerosene.
You found what, Senor?
A rag, Antonio, soaked in kerosene. Somebody started that fire deliberately.
But why, Tom?
I don't know, Gail. Something screwy's going on here, and I can't figure it out. Today, we had a brush fire. Last week, someone put poison in my wells. Antonio and I have watched and waited. We even notified the police. Had a few agents to Policia hanging around for a while.
Anybody in these parts got it in for you, Tom?
Oh, no, Senor. Senor Tom, everybody love him.
Everybody except Granite.
Who's Granite?
Jeff lives about 10 miles from here. Wild little fella. He's an exporter. He's also a nut about Latin American culture. He collects things. There's about a dozen rooms full of Aztec weapons, Mexican novelties, Brazilian coins, all kinds of junk.
What's he got against you?
He wanted to buy this place. Of course, I wouldn't sell it to him. But you're wasting your time thinking it's Granite. He's clever. He wouldn't be pulling any of these stunts. They're too obvious for a man like him.
Daddy, I still say you should sell and let's get out of here. I hate this place. It's horrible. I can't sleep nights.
Please, senorita, do not cry.
Hello, Lorna, darling.
Oh, hello, Stuart. Greg, Gail, this is Stuart, my fiancé.
Hi, Stuart.
You're just in time for dinner, Stuart.
He's always just in time for dinner.
Oh, now, Daddy, you've got to stop that.
Young man, I'm among good friends, so I can speak freely. Someday, I'm going to take you by the seat of your pants and toss you out, once and for all.
Look, McDougal, you might as well get used to the idea that I'm going to marry Lorna. Because that's exactly what's going to happen.
It is, eh? Why, you insolent...
Daddy, please. We have guests.
Yes, I'm sorry, Greg. Gail.
Okay, Tom?
Daddy's just in a bad mood because we've had some more trouble.
I know. I heard about the brush fire. Mr. Granite told me.
You know Mr. Granite, Stuart?
Yes, I work for him. I'm his foreman.
Is he in town now?
Yes, he is. And he's on his plantation. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Collins, but you're on the wrong track. Mr. Granite isn't the only person in town who has a grudge against McDougal.
Stuart, don't start that again.
Look here, Stuart.
Oh, Senor Stewart, please. You know how you say exaggerate?
Do I, Antonio?
I began to see that Tom McDougal's beautiful hacienda was actually a very strange place. There was hatred and suspicion everywhere. But keep your ears pinned, friends. We'll be back in a minute with more of our story. After dinner, Greg and I took a stroll in the grounds. It was cool. The stars were out. And we stood by a long line of fountains that Tom had lit up with colored spotlights. Oh, aren't those fountains gorgeous, Greg?
I know something much prettier.
What?
You, Jim.
Oh, Greg. That's the first nice thing you said to me for ages. Why aren't you romantic anymore?
I know the next line, bub. It's about how marriage changes men and they take their wives for granted.
But you do.
Now, look, darling. Let's go up on that little balcony. See it?
Mm-hmm.
The stars are shining right on it. Just see if I've forgotten how to be romantic.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Greg. Come on. The stairway's over here. Greg, look. Under that archway on the floor. It's Tom. He's fainted.
Now, let me see him, Gail.
What's that around his neck?
It's a gimmick they call Las Bolas. 3 strips of leather with 3 lead balls.
What's he doing with it? Oh, what's wrong with him?
Las Bolas has one major purpose, Gail. It's just served that purpose very well. You use Las Bolas to commit murder.
The dead body of Tom McDougal, sprawled on the colored tiles by the fountains in the starlight, was a gruesome paradox. Greg leaned over, loosened those leather strips that were around Mr. McDougal's throat.
Quite a weapon, Gail. Used extensively in Argentina. These 3 lead balls are each at the end of a leather strip, see? An expert, and only an expert, can use Las Bolas. He tosses it, sometimes from as much as 20 feet away. One ball knocks the victim unconscious. You see that bruise on Tom's head?
Yeah.
The other 2 wrap themselves around the throat, strangling the victim. Evidently, that's just what happened to Tom.
We'd better call Antonio, don't you think? He can get the police. Antonio! Antonio!
You call me Senora Collins? Madre mia. Senor McDougal. Ah, Los Bolas. He's dead? He's dead?
Yes, Antonio.
Oh, Senor McDougal.
Mr. Collins, Stuart and I wanted to ask you if... Daddy? Well, what's wrong with him? What's happened? Daddy!
Your father is dead, Lorna.
Oh no.
Easy.
Come with me, honey. Sit down over here.
Did you find MacDougal's body just that way, Mr. Collins?
Just this way, Stuart. Not 5 minutes ago. Recognize this yellow leather gadget?
Yes. They call it Los Bolos, don't they?
Yes, they do. Take care of Lana, Gale. I'll get someone to phone the police.
You kill Senor MacDougal. That is what I think, Senor Stewart.
Shut up, you crazy fool.
You hate him. You kill him.
Where'd you get that idea?
When you learn how to use Los Bolos.
Suppose I do know how. That doesn't mean I'd murder MacDougal, does it?
Please stop fighting this way. Daddy's dead. What good does it do to accuse each other?
I think I can help, Lana.
How?
By going to the other plantation. Talking to Granite.
I'm a corporate lawyer, and I'm one.
I'm a pediatric nurse, and I'm one.
I'm a student, and I'm one.
I'm a housewife, and I'm one.
I'm a bus driver, and I'm one.
I'm the fashion director, and I'm one.
Everyone can be a pollution fighter, but everyone isn't. It's too bad, too, because we need as many as we can get. We need them to pick up litter. We need them to stop cars from polluting and leaves from burning. We need pollution fighters to take action in their communities against the problems that are choking our environment. We have to have them if we're to clean up our air, our lakes and rivers, our highways and our forests. It doesn't take much to become a pollution fighter. Just a desire to make our land as beautiful as it used to be. Write to Keep America Beautiful for a free booklet. 71 things you can do to stop pollution. That's Keep America Beautiful, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York, New York. People start pollution. People can stop it.
Stuart and Lorna stayed and waited for the police. Meantime, Greg and I got into a station wagon with Antonio and did 85 on those dirt roads till we reached Granite's plantation. Granite was a queer-looking duck, short, shabbily dressed, with very heavy glasses. He smoked small black cigars and peered at us behind a huge desk covered with paraphernalia.
What can I do for you, Mr. Collins?
I have some news for you, Mr. Granite. Mr. MacDougal is dead.
I'm glad to hear it. I loathe the man. A heart attack, I presume?
No heart. Somebody kill him with Los Bolos.
Well, then, he had the satisfaction of dying in a rather picturesque way. Most of us aren't that fortunate.
You wanted to buy Mr. MacDougal's estate, didn't you?
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm an exporter, Mr. Collins. The MacDougal estate is by the waterfront, has a ready-made landing. By the way, will you give Lorna MacDougal a message for me?
Yeah, what is it?
Tell her I want to see her. Say it's very important. I'd never have persuaded her father to sell. He's very stubborn. Well, somebody saved me a headache.
Do not speak of the dead this way, Senor Granite. You will be punished. Senora Collins, please excuse me.
Oh, where are you going, Antonio?
I wait outside. I cannot speak to Senor Granite. If I speak to such a, how you say, man of the devil, poor Antonio will be punished himself.
Like most of the natives, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, Antonio is an illiterate fool, weaned on superstition.
I'm sorry, Mr. Granite. I'm very fond of Antonio.
You still haven't told me why you came here, Mr. Collins. You suspect me of murder, of course. But you must be incredibly naive to think that you could just walk in and have me hand you a written confession.
I haven't accused you of murder, Mr. Granite. I'm just, shall we say, gathering information.
Let me help you. Would you like to look around my place? Most of my guests find it fascinating. I've dozens of rooms in which I've gathered Latin American curiosa. One entire room is filled with the remnants of the Mayan civilization. Oh, and by the way, you'll see also a bolos, which I know how to use. Mine is painted green. What color was the one the killer used?
Chrome yellow.
Disturbing shade. I don't like it. Would you and your lovely wife care to follow me? I can describe the items in my collection as we go.
Thank you, Mr. Granite. I'd rather not.
Then may I offer you a drink?
one of the largest wine collections in Argentine.
I think we'd prefer to leave right now, Mr. Granite.
Very well, Mrs. Collins, just as you say. My man tells me you came in your own station wagon, or I'd be happy to offer you a car. The front door is this way. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Granite. Coming, Antonio?
The station wagon is right outside, senor. I drove it around to the front. Oh, my head. I feel dizzy. I feel sick.
Antonio, what's wrong?
Oh, sick. Antonio feels sick. The drink, there was poison in the drink.
Oh, what drink? Try to talk, Antonio. What drink?
Senor Granite, man, he give me drink while I wait out here.
Antonio!
He's been poisoned.
I resent the accusation, Mrs. Collins. Antonio may be ill for half a dozen reasons, but certainly not because of anything he was served in my house. I'll call a doctor.
You'd better call a doctor, and quickly, too. If Antonio dies, you'll have killed him.
I'll have the physician come over at once. Don't excite yourself, Mrs. Collins.
Antonio! Oh, he's so cold, Greg. And his eyes.
Gail, we've got to leave Antonio in Granite's hands.
But we can't.
We must.
Why?
We've got to get to Lorna McDougal. Bring her back here as soon as possible.
We drove to the hacienda, picked up Lorna, and made all speed back to Granite's place. As we walked through the huge entrance, across the tiled floor.
Look, there's Antonio.
How are you, Antonio?
Better, senora. Mr. Granite did not send for the doctor.
He didn't? Well, where is he? I'll tell him a
He
thing.
took good care of Antonio. Got me these blankets. Put me on the sofa and gave me drink. Antonio better.
See, Greg? Granite got a little too ambitious. Knew he couldn't let Antonio die right in front of our eyes.
Where is he, Antonio?
In that room, senor. He went in there. I think. Antonio, not sure. Antonio fell asleep.
All right, Lorna. You know what to do.
Go into that room?
That's right. Tell Granite you want to know exactly what he has to say, why he wanted to see you. And don't be afraid of him. Remember, we'll be right outside the door.
What are you doing?
Don't worry, Antonio. Just relax. Go on, Lorna. Through that door. Stand over there, Gail, so Granite can't see you when she opens the door.
Ready, Mr. Collins?
Ready? Open the door. Well, see him, Lorna?
No, he's not here. I don't see him anywhere.
What is it?
In the corner of the room. Mr. Granite. He's dead. Los Boulders.
Mr. Granite was lying in the corner of his room with a yellow leather bolus wrapped around his neck. His face twisted in agony, with a horrible purple tinge from strangulation. In just a minute, we'll bring you the climax of the case. Gray had examined the body and called for the police.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
You've had more than your share, Lorna.
I don't understand it, Greg. All this time, I've been thinking that Mr. Granite was...
The killer? Well, I was on that trail for a while myself, Gail, but...
Mr. Collins, Mrs. Collins,
Oh, there's Stuart.
what are you all doing? What? Oh, Mr. Granite.
He's dead, Stuart. Died the same way Tom McDougal did.
Los Bolos, huh?
Where'd you come from, Stuart?
I work here, Mrs. Collins. I told you that before. I'm Mr. Grant's foreman.
Antonio, is this the man who gave you the drink?
Drink? What's wrong with Antonio?
No. Senor Granite has a houseboy.
You know, I think we could wash this up even before the police get here.
The police?
Now, if you'll calm down for a second, Lorna, and answer a question or two.
Please, no more questions. Not about Daddy, anyway. I can't talk about that, please.
And take it easy, Lorna. Sit down. Have a cigarette. I'm sorry I only have these native cigarettes.
Oh, no, thank you. I only smoke American brand.
Anybody else? Antonio. I bet you could use one.
Oh, thank you, Senor Collins. That is what Antonio need. Calm the nerves, I think.
Why don't you take the chair in the corner, Stuart? I'm sure we'd all stop screaming at each other if we could get at the truth. Back.
Never mind the psychological approach, Mr. Collins. All this cozy business doesn't impress me at all. Get to the point.
Oh, I will. Yes, Stuart, I will. If I can get everybody to cool off. How about you? Smoke?
All right, I'll take one.
What the kind of... What's in this cigarette?
It's marijuana.
What?
Greg, did you say marijuana?
That's right, Gail. The killer smokes marijuana, and he...
You are very much smarter than I thought, Mr. Collins.
Antonio!
Get out of my way, Mrs. Collins.
Stop him! He'll get out through the window.
Quick, the bullet's on the wall. Give it to me. Here. Watch out, Antonio. I'm going to throw it.
No, don't throw it. Oh, my legs. My legs.
You're lucky, Antonio. I decided to wrap it around your legs and take you alive. You're lucky I didn't give it to you in the throat the way you did with McDougal and Granite.
After they took Antonio away and we said goodbye to Stuart and Lorna, we decided to finish our vacation in Caracas, Venezuela. As we waited in the airport, all right, Greg. Start from the beginning about Antonio and tell me slowly, because I'm not in a very bright mood.
Well, it isn't complicated at all, Gail. When Antonio collapsed, after he said he'd been poisoned, a packet of cigarettes fell out of his pocket. I recognized them. They were marijuana cigarettes. That gave me a hunch. And when we went back to pick up Lorna, I had a look at the tobacco growing there on the outskirts of the McDougal plantation. It was marijuana.
But what's that got to do with it?
Don't you see? I've clinched it. Antonio, when we first met him, said McDougal never examined his plantation at all. He left it to his charming foreman, Antonio.
Then if you knew it was Antonio...
Well, I wasn't absolutely positive, Gail, until I purposely offered those cigarettes to Lorna, Stewart, and Antonio. And of course, all they knew was that I had a native pack. Lorna refused them. They made Stewart sick. But Antonio enjoyed them.
Oh, I know the rest. I can fit the pieces together as well as you can. Antonio was probably growing the marijuana way out near the jungle where McDougal wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, that's right. Antonio not only smoked the awful stuff, but probably sold it at a terrific profit. He poisoned the wells and started the brush fire because he wanted to jinx the place. He didn't want anyone to buy the plantation. They might find out his secret. But McDougal must have stumbled across the stuff, so...
Antonio killed him.
That's the deal. Then, to throw suspicion off himself, he slipped himself a Mickey in Granite's house. But Granite, who was a very sharp apple, must have guessed Antonio was faking. So, Granite had to get the ball-out treatment, too.
Yes, call for flight 63 to Caracas.
Greg, darling, when we get to Caracas, you owe me something.
Yeah? What is it?
A balcony in the starlight. You were going to show me that even though we've been married for a few years, it could still be romantic. You're going to recite poetry and give me flowers.
Oh, no, Gail. Oh, no. No, not me. I don't get romantic with all that icky stuff.
But Greg, when we do get to that balcony with gardenias all around it, the stars are out, and we're alone, what will you do?
Oh, I'll think of something. Well, folks, Gail and I hope you enjoyed our adventure, The Chrome Yellow Death. Be sure to visit us next time for another puzzle in murder, where there is crime and romance. There you'll find Mr.
And Mrs. Collins.
The invitation had a gold edge on pink paper. The lettering was black. The words went, "You are cordially invited to an unveiling of George's fashions for the future." Then it gave the date, the street address. George was one of the bigwigs in the women's fashion game. If he had a surname, he discouraged the use of it. Just plain old George with a French accent, thank you. I had no idea why George sent me an invitation, but as I had the time on my hands, I went along. I was early. So were the 50 or so people in the display room. Most of them were old ducks, and some had their husbands along. One of the husbands, a little Casper milk toast of a man, came over to me with 2 drinks in his hand.
Have one?
Oh, thanks.
Triple Scotch.
Who are you trying to forget?
Not who. All this. Cheers.
Cheers. Don't you like fashion shows, huh?
Hate 'em. My wife drags me along. That's her over there, with the peacock feathers in her hat.
Oh.
Yes. I feel the same way.
Won't your wife miss you?
Only when she wants me to use the checkbook. I'm very good at signing checks.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And welcome to the unveiling of my fashions for the future. I, of course, am George. Thank you. And now for the business at hand. Music, maestro.
Well, what a smart boy, huh? He's even setting a mood.
Very expensive music, Dad. Everything is expensive. If George smiles at you, it's time to reach for the checkbook.
Now, my dear friends, we are ready for the big moment. First, my creation for evening wear. I have called this creation Blue of Dawn. Here we are.
Oh, lovely.
And so it went on. Evening gowns, suits, lingerie, negligees.
Have a look at that.
Mm-hmm. Nice, isn't she?
I'll say. Well, she winked at you.
Yeah, a friend of mine. I had no idea she'd be modeling here today.
What's her name, if I'm not being too bold?
Marla Newton.
Very nice. Charming. Such beautiful eyes.
We were standing near the platform at the extreme end. Marna came along the platform.
Larry.
Why, she's talking to you.
Yeah. What is it, Marna?
See you after the fashion show.
Sure.
Coffee shop next door.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have a talk with you.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't mind going to fashion shows if that's what happened to me.
Look, I think your wife is signaling for you.
Oh, dear. She probably wants to buy the negligee your friend is modeling. I'm sure they won't have it in my wife's size.
I was sitting at a rear table in the coffee joint. There were about 6 other guys, all escorted. They forgot about their escorts when Mana walked in. She was wearing a tangerine wool dress. Those lucky sheep.
Hello, Larry. I was so glad to see you there.
Ditto. Coffee?
Thank you.
Another coffee, please. What is it you want to see me about, Mana?
A body.
You said body, didn't you?
Yes. In my living room.
That's a fine place to keep a body.
That's just it, Larry.
You mean you want me to get rid of it?
Yes.
Now that was why you were so glad to see me, huh?
Yes.
Mana, I'm a private eye.
I don't think you understand. I didn't kill it.
Oh, you're pretty familiar with the corpse.
His name is Ed Murphy. He was a friend of mine.
Seems to me I've heard that name.
He was well known around the nightclubs. Played polo, drove a racing car.
Yeah, I remember now. You got any idea of why he should be dead in your living room?
No. He had a habit of just dropping in on people. He had a set of skeleton keys. He'd just open the door and go in.
It's odd he lived this long. How was he killed?
Knife, I think. From the way his clothes are torn. Larry, I didn't kill him.
I didn't say you did. Come on. We'll skip the coffee. Have a drink at your place. Mana was a model in the upper brackets, and her Potts Point apartment looked like it. Everything was expensive. Everything was just right. Except, of course, the guy on the rug. He'd been stabbed all right. At least a dozen times.
Look. I didn't see that when I came in. The knife. Half under the lounge.
Kitchen knife. Yours?
Yes.
Don't touch it.
Don't worry, I won't. Oh, I'm scared, Larry. So scared.
Hey.
Hold on to me.
Well, sure.
Oh, if you hadn't been at the fashion show, I don't know what I'd have done.
When did you find it?
Just before the fashion show. I'd been out all morning getting fitted for the show.
Why didn't you go to the cops?
I was too frightened. You see, Ed and I were once very friendly. We broke up after quite an argument. Of all places, we had the argument at a nightclub.
How long were you there getting fitted?
From 9 till about 1:30.
It's now 4.
Why should it matter what time it is?
Because from the feel of this guy's hand and because of other things, I'd say he'd been dead for about 6 hours. Can you prove you were at the fashion show all morning?
Oh, yes.
Then you've got nothing to worry about. You're in the clear. We might as well get the cops.
No, Larry.
Why not?
Larry, I'm a well-known fashion model. If this got out, my career would be finished. People in the business are very conservative.
Well, it's a bad break, Mana, but there's nothing we can do about it.
It'd mean starting all over again in some other business. I just couldn't face that, Larry.
Sorry, I'm going to use the phone.
Put it down, Larry.
It's got to be this way.
Oh, just put it down for a moment. Please. Please.
Well, make it fast.
If you help me, Larry, I'll do anything.
Don't worry, I'll help you after I get the cops.
I didn't mean that kind of help.
Oh? What kind do you mean?
Get rid of the body for me. I don't think you quite understand. You see, I'm a very appreciative sort of girl.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. Very.
You're, wrinkling my tie.
Very.
Oh, what's a wrinkled tie? Come here. Yeah.
Now do you understand?
You're quite a girl.
I'll confess something.
Yeah?
During all the time I've known you, I've wanted you to do that.
Maybe you should have cooperated earlier.
Well, we're cooperating now, aren't we?
Speaking of cooperation...
Larry!
Sorry, honey, there's a right way...
Stop it.
Sure.
I didn't want to do it this way.
Well, as I said before, you're quite a girl. A kiss 1 minute, A gun the next.
I don't want to use it. Put your hands on top of your head
Why?
so I can take your gun.
Which was what she did. Keeping the muzzle of her fancy .25 against my back. A .25 slug is pretty small, but that doesn't make it any less deadlier than another slug when it hits you in the right place.
You're going to help me get rid of the body, Larry.
Am I?
You're going to carry him out the back way to my car. Then we're going for a drive.
I got the body to the car without anybody seeing me. Dumped it in the back. I drove. Marna sat in front with me, keeping the gun trained on the knot in my tie. We got rid of the body in French's forest. Went back to the car, drove back towards the city. Where to, honey?
Your place. You can give me a drink.
Well, that was what happened. She even poured the drinks herself, keeping a gun on me all the while. She took her drink, backed away. I took mine. I was out of scotch, so it was neat Irish whiskey.
Here's luck, Larry.
You're going to need it.
Not thinking of turning me in, are you?
If I said I was going to turn you into the boys in blue, would you shoot me?
I'd very much dislike you. Oh, a record player. Loaded, too. Mind if I turn it on?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'll just sit down and look at you.
Nice nylons.
Just think of all the good times we could have had.
But not now, huh?
Well, you're going to be very angry with me.
I don't get you. I don't get you one bit.
I've got you wondering, haven't I?
Yeah. Are you just having fun waiting to put a slug in me?
Larry. I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
Well, what comes next?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not just going to sit there all night looking at me.
Why not? You know, you have an interesting face. Far from perfect, of course. Scar here and there. A rugged, tough face.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Larry?
My head was pounding. I looked at her. She was smiling. Then her face blurred.
Headache, Larry. Perhaps it was the Irish whiskey.
Whiskey?
You didn't see me put the drops in it, did you?
Poison.
Don't try to get up. You're helpless. See? You can't even move your arms.
Are you? I was just about out. She got to her feet. But to me, she was a blur of movement. She went to the phone. And I couldn't see anymore. The last thing I heard was... head banging, banging. I opened my eyes. Pain lashed at my skull. I was on the couch. I pushed myself up, staggered, grabbed the table, went over. I lay on the floor, cheek pressed against the carpet. And then suddenly it hit me. Couldn't have been poison in the whiskey. Finally, I crawled to the bathroom on my hands and knees, turned on the shower, crawled into the shower cubicle, clothes and all. The cold needles of water stabbed life into me. Peeled off my clothes. Got to my feet. Stayed under the shower for at least 5 minutes. Then I shaved, dressed, and went to the nearest saloon where I had a couple of beef teas laced with double brandies. After that, police headquarters and Inspector Daniels.
You don't look so good, Kent.
I don't feel so good.
Too bad.
Oh, this is a great place to come for sympathy.
What's on your mind?
Murder.
If you've come here with another one of your theories...
It's not about one of the 50-odd unsolved murders on your books. As a matter of fact, this one isn't even on the books.
Come on, out with it.
I've got word that a body was dumped at a certain place in French's Forest.
Whose body?
I'll tell you all about it when we get there.
If this is one of those little games of yours...
You want me to take this to Inspector Lemon?
Come on.
Turn off the road on that clay patch.
Yeah. Where do we go from here?
Just follow me. Yeah, straight this way.
If there's a body out here, Kent, how do you know about it?
I'll tell you when we find it. It's just behind this book.
Well?
Well, it was supposed to be just here.
Ah. It was supposed to be, eh?
Yeah.
And where is it now?
Oh, I haven't got the slightest idea.
Kent, your license comes up for renewal next month.
Yeah?
And do you know who's going to write a nasty little letter to the commissioner?
Yeah.
Ever done much hitchhiking, Kent?
So long, Inspector. Took me almost an hour to get a lift to the city. I went to a payphone, used the directory, got Ed Murphy's address. Lavano Road, Mossman. It was a brick cottage. There were no lights burning. On the corner was a milk bar. I went in. There was a young blonde behind the counter.
Do something for you?
Yeah, maybe. Do you know a fellow named Ed Murphy?
Mr. Murphy? Yes.
Oh.
He's an awful nice man.
Tells you how beautiful you are, huh? Look, I'm a reporter. I'm working on a story about Ed Murphy. I know he's a man about town and a good sportsman.
Oh, he's a sport, all right.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, the point is, he's not home, see? So I wonder if you could give me a few facts.
Like, for instance?
Is he married?
Oh, no.
Lives alone?
Oh, yes. I know that because... well...
Yeah. Thanks.
Is that all you want to know?
I think so.
If there's anything more, I'd get off at 11 o'clock.
Oh, fine. I might come back for a, milkshake. I went to Murphy's place, walked around the back, got out my skeleton keys. Tried the knob. Didn't need the keys. I went in. Reached for the light switch on the wall. What? The guy was just standing there scared. The place was a shambles. He made a move, but I put my right fist in the way. Followed with a few more. Well, looks like somebody else had the same idea. Let's see who you are, Buster. Driver's license. Fred R. Cunningham. Hello, Freddie. What were you looking for, Freddie? Do you know Ed Murphy?
Yeah.
Murphy and his friends have the darndest habit of just walking into each other's places.
Well, I left a cigarette case here.
Cigarette case, huh, Freddie? Is that why you pulled the rugs from the floor, the pictures from the walls? Is that why you started to pull the stuffing from the furniture?
The place was like that when I got here.
So you just calmly searched instead of calling the cops, huh?
I was only here a minute or so before you arrived.
But you didn't bother to turn on the lights. You used that flashlight I see on the floor, huh, Freddie?
All right, so what are you going to do about it?
Well, maybe we can make some kind of a deal.
Deal?
Dough, Freddie.
You mean if I offer you some money?
I won't call in the cops.
How much money?
You make the offer.
£50.
Oh, that's worth a lot more than that, Freddie.
Just for entering a house?
And for doing a couple of $100 worth of damage.
I told you it was like that when I got here.
No, Freddie, no. You did that. You were looking for something specific and you didn't find it. Something worth a heck of a lot of dough.
You seem to know a lot about it.
I didn't, but I wanted him to think I did. He was a pretty boy, this Freddie. Curly black hair, a dimple in each cheek, big brown eyes, a cute cleft in his chin.
What was I looking for, eh?
Marna told me.
That's a lie, Martin. What a...
I figured you were working with Marna. But I was a bit puzzled when I noticed that wedding ring on your finger. Not many men wear wedding rings, and when they do, they're usually very much in love with their wives. But a guy who's palling around with a cheap frill like Marna...
Shut up!
That's what she is, Freddie.
After she used you, she should have killed you, Kent.
Well, that gives me the complete picture.
Won't do you any good.
I'll tell you about it anyway, Freddie. You were in Marna's apartment with Murphy. You stabbed him, panicked, and ran. You phoned Marna and told her what had happened. She saw that you were too upset to... I wonder who's calling Murphy.
Why don't you go and see?
Yeah, that might be an idea, Freddie. Hello? Hello?
Wrong number?
Yeah.
I think you were wrong right along the line, Kent.
Maybe the cops won't think so.
You got nothing at all.
I got plenty.
To establish a murder, you gotta have a corpse.
And you got rid of the corpse after Marna and I dumped it, right?
That's right.
While I was unconscious after Marna slipped me the Mickey.
Yeah.
And then you came here and started looking for the...
The what?
Taking a blind stab, I'd say letters, or maybe a photograph or two, huh?
Go on.
Well, it's pretty simple, really. You're a cute boy and you're married, probably to a dame either older than you are or not very exciting. Not nearly as exciting as Marna.
And so?
Well, Ed Murphy has a reputation as a sportsman and man about town. A guy like him would have to have a lot of money. Yet he had no obvious source of income, which spells in any language blackmail, Freddie.
And, who was he blackmailing?
Marna and you. Whatever he had, it put the both of you together in a very compromising way.
Well, why should I worry about that? I'm in love with Marna.
Sure, but you love money, too. Your wife's money. As for Marna, she's a top model, and she likes it. If a scandal involving the two of you came along, she'd be finished as a model, and your wife would throw you to the wolves. How's that for size?
Theoretically, it's fairly good.
Oh, there are a few ends that need tying, but they're not very important.
Such a shame that all that sharp thinking must go to waste.
It won't. Get up fast. All right, I'll pull you up. I heard a sound outside. I've been waiting for it. Got my arm around his throat and held on tight. The back door, which I hadn't pushed shut, now opened all the way. Marna came in the 25 in a hand, but she couldn't fire without hitting her boyfriend. However, that didn't stop her.
Don't shoot, Larry.
Drop it.
I intended to.
Freddie went limp. I let go of him.
Full of surprises, aren't I, Larry?
Yeah.
Well, don't just stand there holding the gun on me.
What gives?
It was all his idea, Larry. He killed Murphy.
But you played right along with him.
I had to. Oh, Larry, put the gun away.
Why?
This is why.
That was you on the phone, wasn't it?
Does it matter? Oh, does anything matter?
It was a prearranged thing. You would have phoned to see if everything was okay.
Yes. When I heard your voice, I knew what I had to do. We can leave him here. He killed Murphy. That should finish it.
But first we have to find something, don't we?
Oh, I knew you'd see it my way. Here's Larry. We have to find the photos.
Of you and our late friend here.
Yes. But before we start looking... Oh, Larry. Oh, we can have such a lot of fun.
You're a smart girl. But you made one mistake. One bad mistake.
Larry.
I like you, Mona. I like you a lot. But with you around, I could never turn out the lights. You're too smart. I don't like any women that way.
Larry, kiss me once again.
No, honey. This is how I feel.
Oh, why, you dirty, filthy rotten...
She said a lot of other things, but I still called the cops. According to Inspector Daniels, she'll get life. The body of Murphy incidentally floated to the top of a quarry a week later. But after the cops took Marna in and asked me their quota of questions, I went to get a milkshake.
I was wondering if you'd come back.
My blonde friend didn't have very much on top. But who cares about an empty attic? Good night.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Don't move, any of you.
Don, where'd you get that gun?
Never mind, just don't make me use it. Don't be a fool, Don. I'm not. I'm going out of here and nobody's gonna... Don't be too sure. Anybody else want to try any smart tricks before I leave? Now, the case of the forgetful killer. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. In the back booth of a dingy bar in the slum district, a well-dressed young man takes a thick package of banknotes from his pocket and passes it across the cigarette-scarred table to the shifty-eyed little man who sits across from him. That's every cent I have in the world, Whitey. $6,000. I said 10. Where's the other $4,000? I couldn't get any more. You better get it. Remember that letter I told you about? If anything happens to me, that'll be in the hands of the DA within 24 hours. That'll be the end of you. But Whitey... I'll meet you here tomorrow night and you... I can't come here again, Whitey. If anyone should say... Okay. I'll phone you at the office. Tell you where to bring it. But Whitey... I get the other $4,000 tomorrow night, or I go to the cops. And you go to the electric chair. For murder. Don, if there were any way I could raise the money for you, I would. You know that. Oh, I know, Chris. I wouldn't have asked you, except I've tried everything else. You're the only real friend I've got. Sure. Now, when you need me, I can't come through. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. Whitey phoned me about an hour ago. I promised to have the money at the corner of 1st and Water Streets at 1 o'clock tonight. I've got to have it there. But why, Don? What's he got on you? You can tell me. No, Chris, I don't want to talk about that. But if Whitey ever tells the cops who I really am, it's the end of everything. And that little rat's got me tied hand and foot. You mean that letter to the district attorney? Yes, but... Chris, do you think you could be lying about that letter? If I thought that... Don, you're not getting any crazy ideas, are you? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. There's only one chance left. Mr. Hughes gets back from Washington at 11 tonight.
You'll never get him to part with $4,000. If I know our beloved employer, he'll never...
But he's got to. It's my last hope.
But what if he won't?
Then I'll be waiting for Whitey just the same. And it'll be a meeting he'll never forget.
Hey? Oh, it's you, sonny boy. So dark in that doorway, couldn't see you. Okay, where's the $4,000?
Right here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let go of that gun.
Try and double-cross me with it. Good morning, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Good morning, Sergeant Matheson.
Mr. Hughes, this is Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Hughes.
Well, thank goodness you're here at last.
At last?
Mr. Hughes, it's been exactly 17 minutes since Sergeant Matheson phoned and asked us to come down here to your office.
I haven't even had my breakfast yet.
What's this all about?
Mr. Carter, my firm publishes children's and religious books. And notoriety, scandal, unfavorable publicity, anything like that can ruin us.
You see, Nick, there was a murder in the waterfront district last night. Cheap little two-bit crook named Whitey Gear was shot to death. We found this slip of paper on Whitey's body.
What? Why, that looks like one of those slips of paper they have in phone booths for people to write phone numbers on.
That's what it is, Patsy. What's the connection, Matty?
The phone number written on that paper is the number of the Hughes Publishing House.
Oh, I see. Oh, hey, there's something else written here, too. Don Mason, 1 a.m., 1st Avenue and Water Street.
Right. And Whitey was found dead at the corner of 1st and Water, shot to death about 1 a.m., according to the medical examiner. So Don Mason...
Now, wait a minute. Who is this Don Mason?
That, Mr. Carter, is the crux of the whole thing. Don Mason is my sales manager, and he's engaged to my daughter.
Oh, I see. And you think Mason kept the appointment with Whitey and murdered him, huh?
Well, of course, don't you?
I wouldn't know, Matty. This slip of paper with Mason's name on it certainly doesn't convince me.
What? I don't get you.
What you tell me, I doubt that Whitey was the kind of man who'd make a memorandum about anything.
Oh, phooey. He did it this time, and that's all I care about, Nick.
Maybe. Look, Matty, has anybody else handled this piece of paper except you and me?
Well, no, I took it off the body myself. Why?
Then let's put it in an envelope and see that no one else does touch it.
Uh-huh. Okay, if you want to. But there's another thing, Nick.
Yeah?
Whitey was a skinny little runt, but from the looks of things, he must have put up a whale of a fight before he was killed. We found a couple of gray wool threads under his fingernails, like from a gray tweed coat. And Whitey's coat was brown.
Oh. Then you think those threads came from the killer's coat during the struggle?
Sure, Patsy. What else?
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Hughes here tells me Don Mason wears a gray tweed coat.
And so do lots of other people, Matty.
You must understand, Mr. Carter, this company simply cannot afford to have one of its executives accused of murder. Now, I want you to prove that Don had nothing to do with this Whitey person.
But what if he did have?
Well, then we'll publicize the fact that Hughes Publishing hired the best detective it could get to see justice done, even though the culprit is one of our own executives. That may help some. Well, how about it, Carter?
Before I give you an answer, Mr. Hughes, I'd like to talk this over with Don Mason.
He hasn't come down to the office yet, Nick. I was just waiting for you to get here before going over to his apartment after him.
A good idea, Matty, except that he may leave for the office before we get to his place.
Well, I have an idea. Don shares an apartment with my star salesman, Chris Bentley. I could phone Chris down to keep Don there until you arrive.
Yeah, suppose you do that, Mr. Hughes.
And unless he's got a mighty good alibi, that young fella's going to move to another apartment. A small one in the city jail.
Don, wake up.
Oh, go away.
Wake up, you dope. Snap out of it. Oh, good morning, Chris. What's the matter?
Old man Hughes just phoned that some people are coming to see you. He says to tell you to wait here until they arrive.
Okay. Oh, I feel terrible.
Don, where were you last night?
Huh?
Get with it, Don. You didn't get in until after I went to bed, and that was 3 o'clock. Where were you?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Did you get the money from old man Hughes?
Money? What money?
The money to pay off that blackmailer. Did you get it?
Good grief, Whitey.
Yes, Whitey. Did you see him?
I can't remember whether I did or not.
You mean you had another one of those blackouts?
I guess I must have. Now, let's see. I remember eating dinner here at the apartment with you.
Yes, and afterwards I went out for a pack of cigarettes. When I came back, you were gone. And so was that gun you keep in your dresser drawer.
What? Oh, Chris, no.
What did you do, Don? Why'd you take the gun? You've got to remember.
Oh, I can't. I can't remember anything.
I went all over town looking for you, but you just disappeared.
Oh, from the way my head feels, I think I must have been in some bar, but I don't drink.
Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Looking for your gun. Yeah, here it is in the pocket of your top coat. And Don, 3 bullets have been fired from it.
What do you mean, 3 bullets? It wasn't even loaded last time I saw it.
Well, it is now. John, are you sure you didn't meet that Whitey fella?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. Hey, maybe it's the police who are coming here. Maybe Whitey turned me in.
Now, get hold of yourself. We haven't much time.
What are you doing now?
I'm putting the gun on this little shelf over the door in the coat closet. Not much of a hiding place, but we'll have to do until we can get rid of it.
Chris, I won't let you get mixed up in this.
Don't be silly. Now get this. You never even heard of this Whitey person. You were here all last night. You never left the apartment, understand?
Yeah. I never left the apartment.
After dinner, you and I played gin rummy and listened to the radio until 3 a.m., and then we went to bed. You were here all last night. And I'll swear to it.
And you still say you didn't meet Whitey Gear at the corner of 1st and Water Streets last night, Mason?
No, I never even heard of the guy, Sergeant.
Then how come he had your name and phone number?
I don't know.
Can you prove where you were at 1 o'clock, Don?
I was right here in the apartment.
That's right, Mr. Carter. Don never stepped outside all last night.
You'll swear to that?
What? Well, sure I will. We played gin rummy till 3 a.m.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good alibi, Sergeant.
Yeah, if it holds up.
Frankly, Don, you don't look as though you'd spent a quiet evening at home. I'd say you were suffering from a pretty bad hangover.
Well,
Mason, Whitey Gear was killed with a .38 revolver. You own such a gun?
No.
You own a gray tweed coat?
Yeah, why?
Where is it?
Oh, it's in the closet, but
All right.
Don! Oh, darling, Daddy said you were in some kind of trouble.
Don isn't in any trouble, Betty.
No, honey, it's all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
Betty Hughes, Don's fiancée. Hey, you're looking fine, Betty. It's a new hairdo, isn't it?
Of course not, Chris. But what did Daddy mean
I
by...
guess it's just because I haven't seen you for so long.
What are you talking about? You saw me only last night.
But what was that?
Chris came over to my house last night looking for Don. He said Don had disappeared, and he thought...
Well...
Don, something is wrong. Oh, you are in trouble, aren't you?
You bet he is, Miss Hughes. So he was with you every minute last night, was he, Chris?
Well, Now look, Sergeant.
I'll talk to you later. Get your hat down. I'm taking you in for the murder of Whitey Gear.
Now, Matty, are you sure you have enough of a case to justify an arrest?
You bet I have, Nick. Why would he frame a phony alibi if he wasn't guilty?
Oh, Chris, if I'd only known.
I tried to tip you off, Betty, but I guess I was pretty clumsy about it.
You ready, Don?
Yeah, I got my hat. And I got this!
Where'd you get that gun?
Never mind. Just don't make me use it. Because if I do, somebody's gonna get hurt.
Unmindful of the fact that his action is practically a confession of guilt, Don stands near the door, holding Nick, Matty, and the others at the point of his gun. In just a moment, we'll see what happens next. Now back to the case of the forgetful killer. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Holding Nick, Matty, and the others at the point of his gun, Don stands beside the door to the inner room of the two-room apartment he shares with Chris.
Now, get into the bedroom, all of you.
Let's do as he says, Matty. No use anyone getting shot.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. I want to be sure nobody's gonna... don't be too sure. Hey! Keep your hand away from your gun, Sergeant.
Okay. You hurt, Nick?
No. Just got the wind knocked out of me. Went down through me. Quite a stunt, huh?
I was a commando in the war. Now, anyone else want to try any smart tricks before I leave?
You're playing this awful dumb, kid.
I'm playing it the only way I can. Now I'm gonna lock this bedroom door. And then I'm getting out of here. And heaven help anyone who tries to follow me.
So you both just stood there and let him walk out, did you? A fine pair of detectives you turned out to be.
They didn't just stand there. As soon as they heard the outside door close, Nick and Sergeant Matheson were after him.
Yeah, but by the time we got the door unlocked, he was out of sight.
He left his wallet in the dresser, along with some small change, keys, and so on. He won't get far without a cent in his pocket.
Yeah, he left that gray tweed coat, too. I sent it down to the police lab. And if those threads under Whitey Gear's fingernails came from that coat, we'll know it in a couple of hours, Nick. That young scoundrel. When I think of all I did for him.
What did you do for Don, Mr. Hughes?
Why, I gave him a job, didn't I? You even promoted him to be sales manager when he wasn't in line for the job, simply because Betty was in love with him. Well, I guess she sees a mistake now.
I doubt it. When a girl's in love...
Oh, love, fiddlesticks. Before he came along, it was Chris. For him, somebody else.
How long has Don worked for you?
Ever since he came here from Toronto, 1942. He was just out of the Canadian Army. I thought I was being patriotic by helping a disabled veteran.
Disabled?
Man,
There wasn't anything disabled about the way he threw me clear across that room.
it was a head wound. That's why they discharged him from the Army. He used to have periods when he'd black out completely. He couldn't remember where he'd been or what he'd done for hours at a time, even days. That hasn't happened for a year or so now.
Well, according to Chris, it happened last night. That's why Chris tried to give him an alibi. He said whatever Don did, he wasn't responsible.
Oh, the guy's just getting ready for a plea of temporary insanity, Nick. But he won't get away with it.
Maybe he will, Matty. Unless you can prove a motive.
I'll prove the motive. Don't you worry about that. It seems to me the first thing you've got to do is catch him. Yeah, well, I'll do that, too. Every cop in town is on the lookout for him, and 5 will get you 10. We have him rounded up inside of 24 hours.
Hello?
Betty?
Don. Oh, Don, is that you?
Yes. Are you alone?
Yes. Darling, where are you?
Never mind. Betty, I need help. And I don't dare try to get in touch with Chris. The cops are sure to be watching the apartment.
If there's anything I can do.
There is. I've got to have some money so I can get out of town. A couple of $100.
I'll get it. I'll bring it to you.
No, I won't let you take any chances. Give the money to Chris. Tell him I'll be waiting in the freight yards at the foot of 68th Street at midnight.
Hey, Nick. Nick, we've got it.
Got what, Matty?
The only thing that was missing in this case. The motive. Look at this letter.
Who's it from, Sergeant?
From Whitey Gear, that's who.
Whitey. Let's see.
Here you are. He was afraid Don might try to knock him off, so he left this with a friend to be mailed to the district attorney in case anything happened to him. DA got it in the mail about an hour ago.
What are those newspaper clippings, Nick?
I don't know yet. It's dated Portland, Oregon, 1939.
It's all there, even a picture of Don Mason. His real name is Jimmy Burke, and he's wanted for murder.
Murder?
Yeah, Patsy. He was mixed up with a juvenile gang in Portland that robbed a warehouse and shot the night watchman.
And Don was the one who killed him?
That's what this clipping says.
Oh.
The gun that killed the watchman was positively identified as belonging to Don.
He must have escaped into Canada and joined the army there under the name of Mason, huh?
You wire Portland for confirmation, Matty?
Sure I did. No answer yet, Nick.
Hey, there's the handwriting on this note that was with the clippings.
What about it?
That's Whitey Gear's handwriting. At least his name is signed to it.
So what?
Well, it's nothing like the handwriting on that memo you found in his pocket.
Why, Nick, you're right.
Hey, maybe Don wrote down the time and place he wanted to meet Whitey and then gave it to him.
No, I don't think so, Matty. I have a hunch that memo was planted.
Yeah? Well, the laboratory boys tested those gray threads under Whitey's fingernails, Nick. And they're definitely from Don Mason's coat. An airtight case.
Yeah, sure. You seem to have everything except a prisoner. You haven't found any trace of Don yet, have you?
No. He won't make a move until after dark. But like you said, he's got to have money. Probably he'll try to get it from Chris. And I've got all my men around that apartment.
I don't think he'll go back to the apartment, Matty.
What?
My hunch is he'll try to contact Betty Hughes.
Hey, maybe you're right. Well, I'll just plant some of the boys around the Hughes house, too.
You won't have to, Matty. I phoned Walter McGlynn. He's watching the place now.
Oh, well, okay. Then we got it, no matter which way he jumps.
I think I'll go on home, Nick. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's almost midnight.
I wanted to stick around the office.
Hold it. Nick Carter speaking. Oh, Waldo.
Huh?
What? I see. Where'd she meet him?
Had he met Don somewhere?
No, she met Chris. Where? Why, that's the freight yard.
Nick, what's happened?
Good boy, Waldo. We'll get right on it.
Nick, what is it?
Betty just met Chris in the cafeteria on the east side and gave him a roll of bills.
The getaway money for Don.
That's what Waldo figured, so he trailed Chris out of the cafeteria and heard him tell a cab driver he wanted to go to the foot of East 68th Street.
So that's what you meant when you said the freight yard.
Yeah. Chris just left a couple of minutes ago. We hurry, maybe we can get there first.
Nick, that was Chris ahead of us. I know it was.
Yeah, I got a good look at him when he passed under the light. Where'd he go to?
Maybe he went around the other side of this boxcar.
There are a couple of hundred boxcars in this part of the yard.
You can stop right where you are, Carter.
Don!
Thank heaven we found you, Don. I was afraid you'd...
Save it. Chris? Yeah, Don? Get his gun. Okay.
Now, wait a minute, Chris. You're in trouble already. You help him now, that's going to make you equally guilty.
Well, what can I do, Mr. Carter? Don's making me do this at the point of a gun. Aren't you, Don?
Sure I am.
You got it? You bet.
Don, listen to me. Don't be a fool. You give yourself up, I think I can prove you're innocent.
Innocent? But I'm not. I killed Whitey because he was blackmailing me. I must have.
Do you remember killing him?
Oh, no, I don't remember anything that happened last night, but
I don't think you did kill him, Don. In fact, I'm positive you didn't.
Don't listen to him, Don. It's a trick.
Look, Don, there's only one person who knew where and when you were going to meet Whitey. Only one person who could have drugged you.
Drugged me?
Yes, drugged you. That's why you thought you had a hangover this morning.
So that's it.
This person drugged you, then kept your appointment with Whitey wearing your gray tweed coat.
Chris, it was you.
Okay, let's quit playing games.
You
Drop your
met
gun,
Whitey.
Don.
You met Whitey and you killed
If
him.
you don't drop your gun, stupid, I'm going to use this gun I took from Carter.
Okay.
Now you're being sensible.
But I don't get it. You were my friend. I trusted you.
Sure, I was your friend. I didn't mind a bit when you got the sales manager job I should have had, and I was tickled to death when you took my girl away from me.
So that's it.
Sure. With you out of the way, I'll be the new sales manager. And I'll be the boss's son-in-law, too. Someday I'll own the whole business.
You're going to have to work awfully fast to do all that before you go to the chair for killing Whitey, aren't you, Chris?
Who's going to send me to the chair? Not any of you three. Because when Carter and Don get through fighting it out, I'm afraid there won't be any survivors.
What are you talking about?
It'll be easy, Carter. I've got your gun to shoot Don with, and then I'll take his gun to finish off you and Miss Bowen.
Chris, you're crazy.
The cops will think Carter tried to arrest you and you shot it out.
Why, that's ridiculous. Someone will hear the shot.
That freight engine is going to pass on the other side of this boxcar in a few seconds. It'll make enough noise to cover anything, even gunshots.
With a passing freight engine to cover the sound of gunfire, Chris's finger tightens on the trigger. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the forgetful killer. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In the freight yards at the foot of 68th Street, Chris Bentley is holding Nick, Patsy, and Don Mason at the point of a gun, waiting only for the noise of an approaching engine to cover the sound of his shot before he fires.
Here's the engine. So get ready. You first, Don, old pal.
Nick and Sergeant Matheson.
Unless you want me to point this Tommy gun lower the next time.
About time you got here, Matty.
I started as soon as I got your phone call, Nick.
You're not going to take me in?
Nick, he's getting away.
Not so fast, chum. There. That'll hold you for a while.
Good work, Don.
Holy mackerel, Don. What did you do to it?
Didn't you recognize that stunt, Matty? It's the same one he used on me. And I can tell you from experience that Chris isn't going to do any more running away. Not for a minute or two.
I can't thank you enough for what you did, Nick. But, well, I guess it wasn't much use. They'll only send me back to Oregon to stand trial for the killing that night, killing the night watchman back in 39.
Oh, no, they won't, Don. Sergeant Madison wired the Oregon police about you, and they wired back that the charge had been dropped.
That's right, Don. About a year later, the real killer was caught, and he confessed.
For the love of Pete.
You were completely cleared.
But if Chris wanted to get rid of me, why did he kill Whitey to do it? Well, for all he knew, he only had to sit tight and let Whitey turn me in.
He said you were going to Mr. Hughes for the money, and he was afraid you might get it.
And he couldn't turn you in himself because you wouldn't tell him what Whitey had on you, or even what your real name was.
Yeah, that's right.
The
But even after he killed Whitey to make sure the DA got that letter, Chris tried to give me an alibi. Oh, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, that was only a part of his scheme to put himself in a good light with Betty Hughes. He knew that alibi wouldn't stand up.
In fact, he made sure it wouldn't stand up by going to a dozen places looking for you. He knew someone would remember that he'd said you disappeared and couldn't be found.
And to think you figured the whole thing out from that piece of paper with my name on it. And the time and the place where I was supposed to meet Whitey.
Just a minute, Don. That's not quite true. That slip of paper looked a bit phony to me, but that was all.
When Chris tried to incriminate you by putting that piece of paper in Whitey's pocket, he was actually furnishing the evidence that was going to convict him.
What do you mean?
He forgot a very important thing. Fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Yes. Whitey's fingerprints weren't on that paper. So obviously he couldn't have written it.
But Chris's fingerprints were all over it.
Wow, he did forget something important, didn't he?
Uh-huh. But, say, Nick, you didn't know about those things until an hour ago. Why were you so sure Don was innocent?
I became convinced the minute he threw me across the room in his apartment.
What'd that have to do with it?
Well, Whitey was a scrawny little fellow. Yet Matty said he put up quite a fight before he was killed.
Oh, I see what you mean. If Don could put you flat on your back in 2 seconds, a little guy like Whitey would have been licked before he started.
Right, Patsy. Well, this is the first time in my memory that a man has made a friend of me by knocking me down. How about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick? Well, Ralph, it's about a young fellow who wanted to buy his wife a diamond ring and almost bought himself a one-way ticket to the electric chair instead.
And he completely ruined my new look. Not to mention almost giving me pneumonia.
Well, that was my fault. You see, Ralph, the only way I could keep Patsy from being shot was by pouring cold water on her. Sounds as though you had a rough time, Patsy.
Well, I did.
What do you call this adventure, Nick? I call it The Case of the Clue Called X. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Ralph Camargo saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak, for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, billing doesn't mean much. Everybody's got the same act. They're all out to turn a fast buck. When you're in business down here, everything but murder is a parlor trick. Once in a while, your eyelids get sore from winking it too much, but it's a living. You get to meet the best people in town. There's only one hooker. You're liable to wake up someone dead. Because around the waterfront, you don't need a union card for trouble. It sneaks up and paws you like a wet ghost. I found that out when I met Bruno Zweiss. I closed up early Tuesday night, and I went home to catch up on last month's sleep. I don't know how long I was in bed. Must have been about 11 when I woke up. The room was dark and as stale as last year's Christmas candy. I had the goofy feeling that somebody was in the room with me. I was breathing kind of hard, and I stopped to have a listen. Somebody was sitting on my bed. Either that or the landlord had put in an echo. I listened again.
Hello, Novak.
You're mixed up, friend. I pay the rent here.
Get your hands away from the light, Novak. Just be a good boy and you can collect your old age pension.
Now look, I'm not crazy about waking up with strangers sitting on my bed, especially if they got baritone voices. Now say your piece and beat it.
Don't get jumpy, mister. When your eyes get used to the dark, you're going to see it burn up other food away from your nostrils. I want the keys to your boat, Novak.
Get them in the morning. At $25 a smell.
I want them now. Just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest.
Don't get big-hearted.
I don't want chatter and cocktails. I want those keys. Unless you want your face to look like a rump roast, you'll start talking.
The keys are in the bottom drawer of the desk.
That's the boy. I'm gonna borrow your boat a while. You'll get it back by noon tomorrow. Here's the boat keys.
2 of them are. The rest open the front door of the U.S. Mint.
Sorry I can't stay around, Novak. You sound like a card. Sleep tight, Novak. This will have to do for a lullaby.
He didn't even give me time to pick a dream. I stretched out on the floor as dead as a Philadelphia nightclub. I don't know how long I stayed out of the ball game. Must have been a couple of hours, because when the phone rang, it was past midnight. I reached over to pick it up, but my hands were as steady as a maple leaf in a hurricane, and my head was big enough to sell by the pound. I finally found it in the dark and started talking. Hello?
Hello, Novak. This is Joe Powers down at Pier 19. You awake?
Sure.
You sound groggy.
Oh, it's a sedative. What's on your mind?
One of your boats just drifted in. Guess what?
I don't have to. It's smashed up and you want to offer me $50 salvage.
Hey, that's right, Novak. You're psychic.
I'm a patsy, you mean? Some gunsel borrowed the boat a couple of hours ago. Came in here, told me a bedtime story, and took the keys.
Well, you better hop right down here.
It'll keep, Joe.
No, it won't. Hurry up or you'll run a dead heat with homicides. There's a dead guy in the boat.
Well, it must be my playmate.
I don't know. He didn't say. But you better grab a cab and get on down here. There's going to be a lot of questions.
Sure, if you meet any good answers, save a couple for me. From now on, there was no waste motion. I knew that. If homicide was on the case, that meant Inspector Hellman. A real nice guy, if you like his type. I had to do something soon. If I didn't, I'd have about as much chance as a pound of liver at a cat show. So I jumped into some clothes, and I was starting out of the apartment when I missed my wallet. The keys were attached, and that gunsel had taken the whole works. I began to get mad. For $70, you can get a Scotch hangover instead of the kind I had. And if you're lucky, a couple of good memories. So when I drew up at Pier 19, it didn't look like the sunny side of the street. Joe Powers was waiting for me.
You got the first round, Patsy. Homicide hasn't showed yet.
Full of luck tonight. Where's the boat?
Oh, right over here.
Lots of fog tonight, huh, Joe?
You're walking on it. Well, there it is. How's your insurance, Patsy?
All right, except I'm not carrying any on that dead guy. Who is he, Joe?
I don't know. He's your passenger. You roll him.
All right, give me a hand. No, push him over on the other side, will you, so I can get in the pocket?
He's the same guy that took the keys?
I don't know. If he is, he never looked lovelier. Nothing in this pocket. This one's empty except for a comb. Sure spent my $70 in a hurry. Must have thrown in the wallet for a nightcap.
No identification.
We should have bought a scorecard.
Hey, here on the floor. It's a key.
Let me see that, Joe. Room 425, Royal Arms Hotel.
Where is it?
That's a dive down on Turk Street. Well, say hello to Homicide for me.
Oh, you're not bright tonight, Novak.
Well, I'm not going to stay around here. They'll pick me up faster than a gin fizz.
Well, what am I going to tell them?
Anything you like, Joe. Shift into freewheeling and let them follow, but I'm not going to hang around for a pinch. I'm one boat and $70 short.
Tell it to Homicide.
I don't like manual labor that much. See you later. started for the Royal Arms Hotel. And on the way, I picked up the only honest guy I know. A bottle baby by the name of Jocko Madigan. He's a good man, except he thinks it's a waste of the taxpayers' money to put alcohol in torpedoes. I hauled him out of the Hunt Room bar, and we walked down the street to the Royal Arms Hotel. It was the perfect spot for a missionary. The lobby looked like the first act of Rain. There was a pinball machine in one corner, a couple of last year's girls in this year's slacks, and a bleary-eyed little night clerk. He looked like a well-groomed laundry bag, and he gave us the fisheye as we started upstairs. Room 425 was down at the end of the hall. Jocko didn't care if we ever got there.
Patsy, we have no business coming up here. We're in search of fool's gold.
We're in search of my $70.
Exactly. I view you as my penance, Patsy, the sackcloth for a misspent life.
If you can shake off that buzz, you'll find out I'm in trouble.
You'll always be in trouble because you're a patsy, and you're dangerous because you move in the twilight zone between good and evil without any predisposition toward either one.
Yeah, all right. Here it is. 425. Nobody home. Let's go in.
It's housebreaking.
Now look, Jocko, I want my $70. I'm going in.
Patsy, sometimes you terrify me. I think you'd pick the lock to the gates of heaven.
I would if they had my $70. Come on. The guy's dead down in my boat. We won't hurt his feelings. We'll just nose around a minute and get up. It was a pretty room if you like dead women on your rugs. She was stretched out in a pale yellow dressing gown, as quiet as an April morning and twice as pretty. A dull red scar ran across her temple where somebody had laid an iron shovel. She didn't belong in this hotel because she was wearing a necklace and a bracelet that left a gap in somebody's pocket. And from the ringside, she looked all right. Jocko noticed it, too.
She has lots of character.
Yeah, but where's my $70?
She's a nightclub dancer.
How do you know?
Her picture's plastered all over the wall there. She's the headliner at El Palateo, Miss Rita Malloy.
I wonder who the guy on the desk is there.
Boyfriend, probably. Let's get out of here, Patsy.
Wait a minute. How about that dead guy in the boat? Where does he fit in?
I'll listen to that one, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
What happened to the girl? She die laughing at you?
It's Rita Malloy, a piece of change from the El Palateo.
Uh-huh. Got a hat, Novak?
No.
Then you're all ready. Come on.
Oh, get your brain lined up and look at her. She's been dead a couple of hours.
You're still eligible, Novak. On your way down, you can explain that guy at Pier 19.
Oh, you can't be that dumb, Hellman.
I'm smart enough to see you peeking over the 8-ball. You look like a 10-to-1 shot, Novak, and I got my money on you all the way.
If you're gonna make this thing add up, you can't do it alone.
I'll try.
Well, that's what Furpo said. So I don't look good on this one. I'll look worse if I leave it up to you. You couldn't find a hangnail if you knew what hand it was on.
You got 24 hours, Novak. I'm gonna piece things together, and then I'm gonna make a pinch. Pick out a soft spot.
Yeah?
Yeah. Stay near the phone. If it rings and a man answers, that'll be homicide. Good night.
Hellman was right. I looked like a sure bet for the rotogravure section. I was beginning to run out of silver linings, and I knew it. I didn't have an answer for anything. The guy in the boat was still a stranger. Rita Malloy was still dead. I was sitting in the middle of a high-stake game with a pair of trays. When we left the hotel room, I had the funny feeling that there was something wrong back there. I didn't know what. I just knew there was something wrong, the way you feel when you pick up the wrong hat and put it on. The position of the body, those pictures on the desk, I didn't know, but there was one detail that didn't set right. Well, I told Jocko to hang around headquarters, and I started for the El Palateo. It was like all the rest. A little melancholy bar on Mason. A fire trap with a cover charge. The decor looked like early Franco. The floor show was on as I fought my way up to the bar. Excuse me, please. I'm sorry, lady. Can I get through here, please? How about a drink?
Your idea. What do you want?
Scotch.
Soda or water?
Water. You got a nice club here.
We like it. 80 cents.
Too bad about Rita Malloy.
Yeah?
You don't seem heartbroken about it.
I'm not a mother. 80 cents.
Anything wrong, Eddie?
No, boss. This guy's crying in his beer about Rita Malloy.
Oh. I'm Manny Ryan.
You own the club?
A piece of it.
My name's Novak. Call me Patsy at the moment. The police think I killed Rita Malloy.
When you go on trial, Mr. Novak?
I don't. That's why I came down here to find out which one of your people killed her.
I see.
She was mixed up to her ears with some thick hoodlum.
You, Mr. Novak?
No, a guy right out of your set. He came rolling in with the tide this morning, playing rigor mortis all over my boat.
Look, Novak. You better go see someone else to tell your troubles to. I'm a busy man.
Well, so am I, getting out of a murder rap. You knew her, Ryan. In fact, I got an idea you knew her pretty well.
Don't talk that way about the dead.
Your picture's splattered all over her apartment. Were you engaged to her?
That's one way of putting it.
You better have a big fat alibi ready for tonight. Homicide's gonna think you killed her.
I'm betting on you for the finals, Novak. I don't need an alibi. She was a friend of mine.
That's why you need one. People just hate their enemies, but they kill their friends.
You better stay out of the public library, Patsy. They're not smart enough to understand epigrams.
I'm smart enough to find out where you were from 10 o'clock until midnight.
Go ahead. Circle around the club. But keep a drink in your hand. We run for profit.
I didn't get much out of the doorman. He wanted the first mortgage to talk, but one of the busboys opened up. He told me that Ryan and the girl had brawled the night before. Also, that Ryan left the club for about an hour tonight. Well, I put him on the list anyway. But it began to look more and more like a one-horse race. Well, I got one other lead. A clarinet player in the band wanted to harmonize with Rita Malloy, but there wasn't much else to go on. And then I spotted the gal who had taken Rita Malloy's job in the show. She was just finishing her number, so I followed her back to a dressing room. When she opened the door, I got a nice warm feeling like a melted cheese sandwich. I was looking around for a rope to hang on. She was pretty. And when she said hello, you knew it was time to send in the varsity.
Good evening.
For some people, you mind if I come in?
Late in the season, I can't be choosy.
I'm Pat Novak.
I'm Tony Drake. What do I do? Tremble?
Talk, mostly. Did you know Rita Malloy?
Around here, that was an occupational hazard.
The police think I killed her.
Did you?
No. When I got there, they were tearing down the goalposts.
Too bad. I'd have been very grateful.
Something I'd like to try.
Are you switching the topic, Mr. Novak, or have I been in the big city too long?
I just want to know who killed her. You got any ideas?
Nope.
How about your boss?
Maybe. She was getting a little frayed around the edges.
How's his temper?
No worse than a cobra. He might have done it, but I doubt it.
Anybody else?
He was putting in a little overtime with a thug.
Not a big, porky guy with a deep voice?
I never saw him. I just heard that he was trying.
Must have been quite a line. Anybody else? How about that clarinet player?
No play. He was just a salmon swimming upstream.
I see. Do me a favor, will you, Tony?
You only get one, so make it a good one.
They're tailoring me for a trip over the hill unless I show up with a fistful of answers. Now, can you give me a list of all of Rita Malloy's friends?
I can write them all down on a piece of confetti.
I mean everybody close to her. The people around the club here, the people on the outside. I'll pick it up in a half hour at your apartment.
My apartment?
Yeah, at your apartment.
All right. I'm just inquiring.
All right. One other thing, Angel. Don't forget to put yourself on that list to be seeing me. Well, it was good to get out of there. When she started walking towards you, you felt like a shovel full of scrap iron in a Pittsburgh blast furnace. Well, I called up Jocko at headquarters. He didn't seem to be worried about me. He was thirsty. The guy on the boat hadn't been identified yet. The coroner said he died of severe bruises and that Rita Malloy checked out with a fractured skull. I gave Jocko Tony Drake's number, and I started for her apartment. I couldn't have done better with Aladdin's lamp. She had the list and a bottle on hand. I went over the list with her, and then it turned out she had insomnia. The radio was turned down to room temperature. I was working on my fifth drink when the phone rang.
Let it ring, Patsy.
Oh, I better get it, baby.
I think you're a sissy.
No, prison pallor wouldn't look good on me. Hello.
Patsy?
Yeah?
Are you busy?
Well, depends on your point of view. What's up?
I'm not tearing you away from that list of suspects.
Let's have it, Jocko.
They just identified the dead guy on your boat. His name is Bruno Swice. He's wanted in Miami, Florida. He's a hired gunman.
Good. Now jump over and see Paul Stangl at the Chronicle Morgue, huh?
I already have. There's no tie-up between Bruno Swice and Rita Malloy.
There's gotta be. Those two killings are tied up like ham and eggs.
Hellman just got a report from the Harbor Patrol. They found a buoy knocked out of place. They figured your boat did it and Bruno got killed in the crash.
What does that do to things?
Clarifies them enormously. This way you're going to hang for only one murder. Good night, lover.
I knew Jocko was right. Hellman could rig me as long as he had only one case to work on. He's a single-celled animal, and this was just about big enough to fit into his brain. Well, I left Tony's apartment and I walked over to the El Palateo. It must have been about 4 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark enough for me to kick in a back window without being seen. I headed straight for Manny Ryan's office and I started going through his stuff. It was like trying to separate a ton of salt and sugar dumped in the same bin. I went through most of the drawers, and in the last one, I got a hold of something. I grabbed the phone on Ryan's desk and I called Hellman. Well, I wasn't sure, but I figured he could try this one on for size anyway.
Police headquarters.
Give me Hellman and Homicide.
Yeah.
They must have put their best men on his trail because they found him inside a half hour.
Hello, Novak.
I'm in Manny Ryan's office. He owns the El Palateo. I just rifled his desk.
It's a minor offense for you.
I got a hold of last month's phone bill. Guess what?
It's too high.
The office put through 2 calls to Key West, Florida, the last part of this month.
4 o'clock. I'm barely interested. Go ahead.
Bruno's Weiss hired out as a gunman. San Francisco is a long way from home plate. That means somebody sent for him.
You're trying to put the finger on Manny Ryan.
That's right. That silver frame you picked up at Rita Malloy's, take a look at the guy in it. That's her boyfriend, Manny Ryan.
We'll check on it. In the meantime, keep squirming, Novak. You look pretty.
Oh, you're smooth, Hellman.
Smart talk's not going to keep you out of the chair, Novak. Stay handy. We've only got a short extension cord.
Yeah, well... Hello, Hellman. Hello, Lupos? Frank, is Jocko Madigan there? Good, put him on, huh? Hello, Jocko. Now listen, I'm up at Manny Ryan's place. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure, but I think that Ryan's the... My head must have looked like a jackpot. Everybody in town was hitting it. I rolled over and played dead for about 5 hours. It feels better when you've had a dress rehearsal. I woke up in my apartment. The sun was streaming through the window and hit the bed. I looked like the muslin counter after a sale. It turned out I was the host and didn't know it. Jocko was sitting at the table having breakfast. The bottle was almost half shot.
Good morning. How's the other world?
Can't you leave that stuff alone?
You have a headache.
Of course I have a headache.
Well, I haven't, so stop lecturing me.
How'd I get up here?
I dragged you here by the heels. I met all the other hucksters on the way.
Stop being funny and help me up.
I am the victim of a common error. You don't like me because I'm not entertaining when I drink. You don't object to my drinking, you object to my lack of wit.
Oh, shut up.
Well, it's discouraging to be condemned on moral principle when it's really a flaw in nature. By the way, I think they're going to arrest you for the murder of Rita Malloy.
What about Ryan?
I've recommended clemency.
All right, come on. What about Ryan?
You bungled it. By the time Hellman got to him, he had an alibi all framed. The calls to Key West could have been made by anybody in the club, and Ryan's covered for the time of the murder.
How about the others?
They look good, too. Your girlfriend, Tony Drake, was gone for a while the night of the murder. Hellman won't bite. She's just sitting there ready to spring an alibi.
That's right. With legs like that, she can dig up a cousin.
You better get worried, Patsy.
I am. The El Palateo is a dead-end street. I don't know where to go from there. That guy Bruno in the boat could help. There's some connection between Bruno's Weiss and Rita Malloy.
You're the only connection I can think of.
Yeah.
Hello, Novak. This is Hellman.
Yeah?
You were right about Bruno Weiss and Rita Malloy. We just went through her safety deposit box.
I'll bet you handle the money.
She had a clipping on Bruno Weiss from a Miami paper, 1937.
Go on.
Divorce action between Weiss and Miss Olga Pryor.
Well, did you look up Olga Pryor?
That's where we run out of gas. Nobody knew her. We have no description.
Well, how about Rita Malloy? Any dope on her before 1937?
I was going to ask you. You were in the room with her when she died, don't you know?
No, I don't.
I'm disappointed. I figured you to know a little about her habits.
Huh?
You wrote the book, mister. I figured you for an answer.
Yeah, I got one. And you just gave it to me, Hellman.
Huh?
Meet me at the El Palateo in a half hour. Now, if you're a real good boy, I'll tell you who killed Rita Malloy.
Are you going to be there?
Yeah.
That's all I want to know, Novak.
Things were falling into place like a fixed roulette wheel. Right from the first, I knew that there was something goofy about the picture in Rita Malloy's hotel room. I wasn't sure. I just knew I had something in the back of my mind. I didn't tumble until Hellman tipped the mint. And then everything was cakes and ale. I sent Jocko up to room 425 in the Royal Arms Hotel, and I told him to get a description of every dress in the closet. I checked at the desk, and I got the name of Rita Malloy's cleaner. I ducked over there, and I got a list of every dress that she turned in for 3 months. I met Jocko, and we compared the list of dresses. It jibed fine, except for one thing. There was a missing white dress. It had been to the cleaners before. It wasn't there now, and it wasn't in that hotel room. Well, we went over to the El Palateo to find it. Jocko didn't want to buy the scheme at all.
Patsy, I protest the notion of breaking into a lady's dressing room.
Stop worrying, will you? She's not going to be there.
Then it's futile as well as immodest. Besides, how do you know Rita didn't throw away the dress?
I'll give you better than track odds on that one, Jocko. Here we are. Come on. Now, look, you take the closets and find that white dress. I'm going through the desk for grease paint.
You should be going through a woman's closet. It's more in the nature of things.
Just look, huh? There's enough grease paint here for the whole Iroquois tribe. Did you find anything?
Yes. What's this?
Just look for the white dress, Jocko. Hey, what's that in the corner?
Where?
Over here.
I don't see anything.
Well, down here, look, see? Well. It feels good, doesn't it, Jocko? Like a spell of perfect weather.
Same grease paint?
Well, it won't take us long to check. Here, you open a couple of these jars.
Don't forget your apron, Patsy.
Hello, Tony.
What are you doing?
Getting ready to build a fire under you? You're gonna make nice smoke, too.
I liked you better when you were dumb, Patsy. You don't look good with a PhD.
Oh, put away the gun, baby. Remember, this is your second trip to the plate.
Give me the dress, Patsy.
It won't fit.
Don't worry about that. Just toss it over by the door here.
I'll do better. I'll bring
Stay
it.
where you are, Patsy.
It's my ticket out, chum.
You're a good guy, Patsy. Stay out of my way.
It's your role, baby.
Patsy, please stay away from me.
Come on, give me that gun.
Patsy, please.
Give me that gun! Sure. You want to take a look at her, Jocko?
Put it down on the floor.
Yeah. What do you say, Jocko?
No dice.
Well, you can't win them all, Tony.
You still got a good batting average, Novak.
Hello, Hellman. You better make a fast pinch.
She do it?
Yeah.
She got kind of clumsy in the last round, didn't she?
Not at all, Copper. They had me coming and going. When you're as far back as I am, they don't pick up the option.
Let's get out of here, Jocko. I'll check with you later, Hellman.
Be a good boy, Patsy. I'm gonna miss you. Getting to be my favorite holiday.
Yeah.
I don't know how you were on the distance stuff. It was sure something on us friends.
Be nice to her, Copper. She could go in the mud herself. Well, it was blackmail, of course. Tony was once married to Bruno's wife. Rita Malloy found out and started to squeeze Tony. Well, Tony wouldn't buy that, so she killed Rita Malloy in her hotel room. She made one mistake. I didn't tumble until Hellman mentioned a woman's habits. And I knew what was wrong with that picture back in Malloy's hotel room. It hit me like a discordant note in music. Rita Malloy was lying on the floor in a dressing gown, but she was still wearing her bracelet and necklace. When a woman undresses, she always takes her jewelry off first, and then she takes off her dress. Rita Malloy didn't do that, so I took a flyer and decided that somebody had taken the dress off and put on a dressing gown. Why? Because there was something wrong with the dress. It pointed too much in one direction. Well, it could be a lot of things, but probably grease paint. Tony called Bruno out here. He was supposed to use my boat to dump the body, and when he didn't make it, Tony got scared and lugged away the dress. My $70. Well, it would have looked better on a fixed fight. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How did I happen to know that when a woman undresses, she always takes off her jewelry first? I must have read it somewhere.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adler. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire.
Davenport opposite me sits a woman, white face and tense.
Midnight. This waiting Granger. I can't stand it any longer.
I told you it wouldn't be easy, Mrs. Milroy. Should have taken a sleeping tablet and got some rest.
I can't. There's always a chance for something might go wrong at the last minute.
I hardly think so.
That's it, Granger. The telephone.
I know. Hello? Yes, this is Steve Granger. Of course. She's been here since 10 o'clock. See. That's it, huh? Yes, I'll tell her.
Well?
It's over, Mrs. Milroy. Your husband went to the electric chair exactly 11:45 p.m. The attending doctor has just pronounced him dead. This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story about a man who believed he could get away with murder, and very nearly did. Just a moment, I'll take you back to one of my most interesting cases. The story began the day Mrs. Elwood Milroy walked into my office. She was tall, slim, and beautiful, with red hair and brown eyes, which looked even browner because they were speckled with worry.
Mr. Granger, I've come here because there's something terrible and unbelievable taking place. I don't know how to start telling you.
The beginning is always a good place.
It concerns my husband.
Elwood Milroy? Hey, he's a well-known criminologist, right?
Yes. And he intends to kill somebody.
No kidding. Who's the intended victim?
A very good friend of mine named Newman, Peter Newman.
Boyfriend?
Mr. Granger, I might as well be frank with you. I've been married to Elwood Milroy for 15 years. I realize it was too late, but I should never have married Elwood. I've known Peter for many years, so this isn't just a summer romance, if that's what you're thinking.
I don't handle divorce cases, Mrs. Milroy.
That's not what I wanted to do. The divorce does come into it. My husband's been quite agreeable, that one, until lately. He saw me lunching with Peter Newman. He was waiting when I arrived home. There was a scene. He changed his mind, said there could never be a separation.
Mrs. Milroy, I told you I don't meddle in divorce cases.
I know that. What I want you to do is to stop my husband from committing a murder.
Why don't you go to the police?
You think they believe me? I can't even tell whether you do.
Okay, I'll take your case, Mrs. Milroy. How and when do I start?
My husband is delivering a lecture this evening at an uptown auditorium. I'm going, and I have an extra ticket. I thought you might like to attend. It might give you something to work on.
Yes, just might have that. I'll be there, Mrs. Milroy.
One thing, Mr. Granger. My husband is to know nothing of our conversation.
At 8 o'clock that night, I was seated near Mrs. Milroy in an auditorium on Upper Broadway. The husband wound up his lecture at exactly 10 p.m.
Old-fashioned methods of crime detection are no longer usable when one deals with a modern criminal. As science has advanced, the criminal has also advanced. And you, who are specialists in the field of criminology, must anticipate these advances. I thank you. Well, Edith, my dear, I hardly expected you to attend another one of my lectures. Surely you've heard them so often, you must know them by heart.
I always attend your lectures, Elwood.
Yes, of course. So you do. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Milroy. I wanted to come over and tell you how much I enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you.
In a small way, I'm in the same business you are.
Oh, really?
My name's Granger, Steve Granger.
Of course, a private eye, isn't that the phrase? Oh, my dear, permit me, Steve Granger, my wife, Edith.
Hello.
How do you do?
So you enjoyed my lecture, did you?
Thoroughly.
That's rather strange, Granger. I understand that you were one of the old school type.
If you mean I chase them until I catch them, you're right.
That's what I'd heard about you. It's too bad that men of your type don't realize that progress is here, even in the criminal field. You'll run into one of the new crop of criminals, Granger, and when you do, where will your old-fashioned methods take you? You'll be as outmoded as a horseless carriage.
Now, don't get me wrong. I go in for the scientific stuff, too. The fingerprints, ballistics, all that stuff. You use them because you hope the criminal made a blunder. But in the final analysis, it's the old-fashioned bloodhound with its nose to the ground who comes up with the net result.
Yes, I've heard all that. And you confirmed what I've heard about you. Oh, there's someone I must have a word with. Excuse me, won't you?
Nice guy. What's the idea of little pills? He popped about 3 of them in his mouth in as many minutes. What's wrong with him? Is he sick?
No, but he's a confirmed hypochondriac.
Oh, wow.
Granger, he knows I've spoken to you.
You mean you've told him?
Of course not. But he sensed it. I'm sure he has.
Take it easy now. It's just nerves.
No, it isn't. He knows I tell you. He knows.
I hung around the auditorium for a while, then wandered outside. When Elwood Milroy and his wife left the place, I followed them home. Then I loitered around a few minutes and went back to my apartment. I was just putting the key in my door when I got a surprise.
Granger, one moment, please.
Mr. Milroy, well, I didn't know you lived in this building.
I don't, you know it. I came to see you.
Oh, why?
I don't like talking in corridors. Can we go in?
Of course. After you, Mr. Milroy.
Granger, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. You followed me home tonight.
Did I?
Stop evading me. You were in a cream-colored taxi. The number was 673. You dismissed the cab half a block down the street. You loitered around for a while, then you left.
How do you know all this, Milroy? You were waiting for me when I walked into this building.
That was simple. I slipped out the back door of my place, watched you for a moment, got a cab, and anticipated your next move. I was right. You came here.
Nice going.
Simple deduction. Now then, Granger, why were you following me?
I'm not at liberty to tell you.
Was it my wife?
I told you I'm not at liberty to tell you.
Oh, it was my wife. Granger, I'm going to tell you something. Edith suffers from a persecution complex. She seems to be under the impression that I'm going to kill her.
If you know all this, why come up here?
Because I will not be trailed around. I am not a criminal. I've done nothing wrong. Oh, no, if my wife is your client, I'm reasonably sure she is. I'll tell you something more. I intend to give her the divorce she wants.
Have you told her all this?
I shall in good time. So, Granger, let me repeat. Leave me alone or I shall take steps.
Okay. And until tomorrow, you can take steps right this second through that door, Mr. Crime Expert.
Suppose I choose not to leave right now.
This is my home. You're an intruder, an insulting intruder, I might say. I'd be justified in throwing you out on your face.
You might be justified, but could you do it?
Milroy, I've taken all I'm going to from you. You've slung a lot of fancy phrases around, made a lot of nasty cracks. So have you forgotten what you said at the auditorium?
I remember every word.
Now get out of here. I'll toss you right out.
I'd like to see that.
Okay, you will.
That was a scientific little move taken from the Book of Judah, Granger. You want some more?
Yes, I think I do.
Really, I'd better leave little notes with you explaining what that was. We call it a rabbit punch.
I'll continue with this interesting story in a minute. When I came to, I felt like somebody had played the fight of the bumblebee on the back of my neck with a mallet. I staggered to my feet, flushed water over my skull, and weaved back into the living room. Milroy had gone. I went to bed. The following morning at the office, an early visitor made an appearance.
Mr. Granger, did my husband come to see you last night?
He did.
I was afraid of that. He's terrible. He looked at me this morning and said it was all set.
All set? What do you mean?
Let me tell you what happened. It was about 9 this morning. I tried to avoid him, but he told me.
Yes, come in here, please. I want to have a talk with you.
I'd rather not listen if it means another scene.
I think you'll hear what I have to say. Or there'll be unpleasant consequences. Sit down.
Very well. What is it?
Why did you employ a private detective to follow me? Don't hit the lie, please. You hired Steve Granger. Why?
Because of the way you've been acting, Elward.
How else can a husband act who is about to be discarded?
Elward, I don't want to go over it again. You're grossly jealous of Peter Newman. You don't want to stay married to me, and you also don't want me to marry anybody else.
I don't want you marrying Peter Newman. He's a fool. I refuse to let you make a stupid blunder.
It may seem a blunder to you, but it'll seem like paradise to me.
I'm asking you once more to reconsider. I know that you've consulted an attorney. You'll try to sue me if I don't go ahead with our original agreement.
That is correct.
You forced me to be plain. I'll get the divorce, not you. And I'll get it when, where, and if I want it. If you start any action against me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
That is the gist of what was said, Mr. Granger. What can I do?
Mrs. Milroy, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a private investigator. And the more I hear about this fight between you and your husband, the less I want any part of it.
You mean you don't want to go ahead and work for me?
Frankly, it doesn't make sense. You think your husband is going to kill your friend. Have you any proof of that at all? Any evidence besides your imagination?
Mr. Granger, when my husband called on you, he intimated that I was unbalanced, didn't he?
I wouldn't say that.
He said something of the kind. I know he did. That's why you're acting the way you are.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Milroy, but I don't think there's anything to this idea you've got.
Very well, I leave. But when you remember this conversation, you'll be sorry.
Edith Milroy swept out the door, gave me a curt nod, and disappeared down the hall. It was pleasant to forget her and get into something that had less of an odor about it. I got engrossed in some other work. 5 that afternoon, the phone rang. Steve Granger speaking. What is it now, Mrs. Milroy?
Is anybody up there looking for me?
No. Why would anybody look for you up here?
Have you read the latest edition of the paper?
No. Why?
Peter Newman was found dead in his apartment early this afternoon. He'd been shot.
Where are you, Mrs. Milroy?
I'm in hiding.
Why?
I'm afraid.
You think your husband did the killing?
I know he did.
Mrs. Milroy, maybe you'd better come up here right now. I'll take you down to police headquarters. You can hand your ideas to homicide.
No, I can't do that. Elbert would do away with me, too.
Mrs. Milroy, listen to reason.
No.
Mrs. Milroy, where have you been all afternoon? Were you at Peter Newman's apartment?
I'll call you later.
Mrs. Milroy. That thing is a little off a rocker. Well, I ask you, wouldn't you think the same? But even so, there was a kind of funny nagging feeling at the back of my head. It might have been just the echo of the rabbit punch delivered by friend Milroy, and again, it might be the feeling that Mrs. Milroy had been right all along. In just a moment, I'll bring you the climax of the case. Mrs. Milroy's mysterious phone call, I was curious enough to go downstairs and pick up a late afternoon edition. I was still carrying it when the door of Cal Hendrick's apartment shut behind me. The newspaper man wasn't surprised to see me.
Well, Steve, what's the good word today?
What do you know about Elwood Milroy?
He's a criminologist, one of the best in the business.
What else do you know about him? Personally, I mean.
Not much. Has an accurate disposition, not the type who fondles children. Hey, why the interest in Mr. Milroy? You thinking of taking a short course in scientific crime detection?
I might.
So, you are here.
Well, Jake, you know Lieutenant Rankin, Cal?
I know him, but I can't say it's a pleasure.
Cut the comedy, newsboy. Granger, I want a word with you. When you weren't at your office, I figured you'd be here.
What's up, Lieutenant?
Seen the papers? Read about a man named Peter Newman getting shot earlier today?
I might have noticed that little item. Why?
Did a Mrs. Milroy retain you, Granger?
Mrs. Milroy?
We have information that Mrs. Milroy came to you. Why?
Why does anyone come to a private investigation?
Come on. Stop stalling, Granger. Why did she employ you? Was it because she was afraid of her husband? Did she have an idea that her husband was going to kill Newman?
Maybe.
You know where Mrs. Milroy is now?
Nope.
You see, Granger, she's involved in this killing. Up to her ears. The gun that did the killing belonged to her husband. It was by the door.
How do you tie in Mrs. Milroy?
An informant told us that she was at Peter Newman's apartment about the time the killing took place.
Oh.
And speaking of fingerprints, they were a woman. We'd like to have a little chat with Mrs. Milroy. They were hers.
Uh-huh.
Knowing that you cooperate to the fullest extent with the police department, we wouldn't like to entertain a notion that you might be hiding suspect.
Dear boy, I wouldn't dream of it.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Granger.
Mr. Granger, I've been looking all over for you. I went to your office, and the man next door told me you might be here.
I am? So what?
I've got to talk to you privately. The police have identified the gun that killed Peter.
Granger.
Yeah?
You mind if I enter this charming little group? I'd like to meet this lady.
Oh, so glad to oblige. Mrs. Milroy, let me present Lieutenant Rankin of Homicide.
You're a police officer?
I am Mrs. Milroy, and you and I are going downtown for a little chat.
But I haven't done anything. I'm not guilty. Granger, help me, please.
If he does, he'll be obstructing justice. And if he does that, he'll occupy a cell too. Come on, Mrs. Milroy.
Interesting little scene.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Going to help Mrs. Milroy out?
Why should I?
Because you're the Galahad type, kid.
Yeah, I guess I am at that. I got on the phone and tried to trace Elwood Milroy, but I was out of luck. Then I went down to police headquarters and had a few words with Lieutenant Rankin. As a result, I was granted an interview with Mrs. Milroy in her cell.
Mr. Granger, please help me. I'm not guilty of murder. I'm not guilty of anything.
You sure, Mrs. Milroy? You were seen going into the building where Peter Newman lived.
That doesn't mean I killed him.
Now, tell me something. Why were your fingerprints on that murder weapon?
It must have been my husband's gun. He had it out a few days ago. There'd been prowlers in the neighborhood, he said, and he wanted me to be able to use it if necessary. He showed me how to handle it. Mm-hmm. Well, don't you see? Elwood killed Peter and made it look like I did.
Well, Granger?
I don't know, Jake.
It looks ungood for her, Granger. She was seen going into Newman's place about the time he was killed.
What about her husband?
Elwood Milroy is working like a coach.
For her?
Of course.
When'd you see him?
Just before you came down.
Has he got an alibi?
An unbreakable one, Granger. He was at his club for lunch. 20 members saw him. He went to an early movie. The usher remembers him.
Sounds almost too perfect.
There's no almost about it, Granger.
Jake, how about letting me examine the apartment where Peter Newman was killed?
With pleasure, pal. I love watching you squirm. As a matter of fact, I'll go along with you. A sort of guided tour.
Oh, thanks.
This is his apartment, Granger.
Hey, how come it isn't sealed?
I forgot to tell you. Her husband is up here working.
The great Milroy himself, huh? Okay, come on. Now give me a breakdown on what you found.
Peter Newman was lying over there, alongside the Davenport. The gun was here by the door.
So he didn't shoot himself and throw the gun away.
Cut it out.
I thought I heard... Oh, hello, Lieutenant. And it's Mr. Granger, isn't it?
Yeah.
You two know each other?
Quite well, don't we, Granger? I've got a good notion.
Here, cut that out, Granger. What's the matter with you?
Oh, Granger is a trifle annoyed. We played a little game last night. He lost.
What's this?
Forget it. If you'll excuse me, I'll get back to my work. Wise guy.
Now, what happened?
Well, he came up to my place. I tried to throw him out.
You what? He's one of the country's foremost exponents of judo.
Don't worry, I found it out. Let's go. There's nothing here.
Okay.
Hey, do they have a doorman in this building?
They do. Got a little office just inside the door.
Good. That's it?
Yeah.
Yeah? I want to ask you some questions about Peter Newman.
Oh, I don't know about that.
That's all right, Smith. You can answer them.
I didn't see you there, Lieutenant. What is it, sir?
Were you on duty when Peter Newman was shot?
I was.
Now, how many people came to see him?
He had only one visitor. That Mrs. Milroy. She came to see him.
Nobody else, huh?
No, sir.
How about deliveries of one kind or another, like laundry or groceries?
Well, now that you mention it, there was one delivery made. A messenger he was. Had a box of candy.
Messenger, what did he look like?
Rather old, I'd say. His hair was very gray. Had kind of a stoop.
Was this his usual delivery?
Never saw him before.
Thanks a lot. Rankin, let's go back to Newman's apartment. I want to find that box of candy. Peter Newman's apartment yielded the box of candy. One piece was gone. Gave me an idea. One that took me back downtown to police headquarters. And another quick visit with Mrs. Edith Milroy.
Mr. Granger.
Mrs. Milroy, how well did you know Peter Newman's habits?
What habits, Mr. Granger?
Well, for instance, if he chewed gum or if he had candy.
I don't think that Peter was very fond of candy.
Would he be the type of person to have a box of candy sent to his apartment rather than go out and pick it up in person?
That's a strange question. I wouldn't know.
One more thing. When you were in Newman's apartment, did you notice a freshly opened box of candy?
No. And what's a box of candy got to do with it?
It probably spells the difference between life and death to you, Mrs. Milroy. I went back to Rankin's office and found him working like a beaver with a leak in his dam. The request I made was barely out of the ordinary.
But, Granger, we've gone through his things. What makes you think you'll find something?
Lieutenant, this is a routine request. I want to look over his clothes.
All right, but you're wasting my time, which is paid for with the taxpayers' money.
Which is my money because I'm a taxpayer. So come on, servant, show me Peter Newman's stuff. Rankin took me down to the morgue where I pored over Peter Newman's belongings. There was the usual wallet, the usual identification cards and whatnot. I went over his suit with great care, even cinching the buttons. When I got to the cuffs on his trousers, I found a little something. A little something that sent me on an errand that took me first to a druggist.
Why, yes, sir. I can identify this pill. Prescription from one of my customers.
Are you at liberty to tell me who this customer is?
I'm not sure if I can divulge that information or not.
If it's a matter of police business, could you?
Well, in that event, I'm sure I could.
The druggist gave me the first solid clue. Then I headed for a certain movie house. The cashier at the theater, bright-eyed and sharp, gave me the second. When I'd finished with her, I got Rankin to meet me at a certain address.
So this is where the Milroys live, huh?
Right.
You're not trying to tell me that Elwood Milroy killed Peter Newman.
Wait and find out. Well, how do you do, gentlemen? Come in. Thanks. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Elwood Milroy, you shot and killed Peter Newman, then framed your wife. Please, Granger, don't be silly. Excuse me a second.
If you're thinking of getting a gun, I'd forget it.
I know what he's looking for, Jake. His pills. What's the matter, Milroy? Nervous? Need a couple of your pills to steady you down? They're prescriptions. My doctor told me to take them. I know. Your druggist told me about them. Druggist? That's where you made your first mistake, Milroy. That and one other place, the theater. The cashier saw you go in. But Nobody saw you leave.
Obviously. There was a crowd leaving with me. The picture was over.
You left before the end of the picture.
Really? Then how is it I can recite the movie's entire plot?
Because you went to the same theater the day before. The cashier remembers that visit. But that wasn't your biggest mistake, Roy. When did you see Peter Newman last?
2 weeks ago.
No. It was much more recent. Today, in fact. You walked into his apartment disguised as a messenger. And I know you were there, Mr. Crime, come judo expert. Because you keep flipping those pills of yours, and I found one of those pills in the dead man's trouser cuff. You must have been a bit nervous and dropped one. Funny how often a little thing will fall into a guy's trouser cuff.
How does that prove I saw him today? Might have happened 2 weeks ago.
Bad luck, Milroy. Newman had his suit cleaned the day before. Yet, Milroy, you laughed at me because I'm the type who runs around with his nose to the ground. But if I hadn't, I would never have found the clue that busted your perfect crime. And that'll send you to the chair.
You dirty snoop! I'll kill you! I can look out! You get away!
Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. Elwood Milroy went to hospital with a bullet through the arm. With evidence piling up against him, he was accused of killing Peter Newman. Ultimately, he was convicted. I paid a call on my friend Lieutenant Jake Rank at his office.
Well, Granger, you might be interested. Elwood Milroy was sentenced to the chair this morning.
So much for his too-perfect alibi, huh, Jake? And for old-fashioned detective methods.
Yeah. See Mrs. Milroy?
Saw just an hour ago. She saw me, too. With a neat check, complete with numbers.
You know, you were lucky finding that pill. How'd you ever dream it up?
Because I'm no great hand at criminology. I just run around with my nose to the ground.
Would you do that in here?
Hardly. This joint's got sawdust on the floor.
In that case, you won't mind if I pick up that $5 bill down there.
What? Hey, that's mine. I've been meaning to have that hole in my pocket sewn up.
Too bad, Gumshoe. I had my nose to the ground that time.
Well, that's one for the books. The Flatfoot was his own bloodhound. Steve Granger again. You've just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. And I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
Crime does not pay.
Where are we going, Dasher?
Going? We're not going. We're there.
Yeah, you heard him, Georgie. We're there.
This garage?
Sure, what's wrong in the garage? Just the place for a nice friend again. Come on up the ramp, Georgie.
I don't feel like playing, Dasher.
Sure you do. You said so.
Yeah, but I just remembered I don't have no dough on me.
You won't need any dough, Georgie.
No dough for this game, Georgie.
Holly. Harry. What's going on?
Get up that ramp, Georgie.
We got a new game, Georgie. It's called Pick the Pigeon.
In the interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Dead Pigeon, starring Myron McCormick. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Myron McCormick as Louis the Dasher Monroe in Dead Pigeon. the big cities and in the slums of the rural countryside, those parched earth, sagging roof slums of the farmlands. They want what others have, and when the proper means does not exist, they take what they want, making jungles of their minds and living according to the jungle's law of kill or be killed. They give each other nicknames for color. Louis the Dasher because of his velvet-colored topcoat and pomaded hair. Ohio Ollie because of the tune he whistles. Jack the Kid for obvious reasons. But Harry Roper had no nickname. His last name was enough. Harry was an expert with a 4-foot piece of clothesline. They met, these four, as the general staff under the Dasher's command to consider a matter of security.
Hello, Ollie. This is business.
Oh, meeting called order. You heard the Dasher.
Go ahead, Dasher. Make with the talk. The cinch. George has got to go.
George? That punk, what did he ever do?
One word. Pigeon.
George. That's Dooley.
You heard me.
Don't seem possible.
Right down. Listen to the kid.
I'm walking down East Main, see? Minding my own business. That's different for a change.
Cut it, Ollie.
Okay. So you was walking down East Main. Yeah. About a block up the line, I see George. You know that crazy walk of his, the way one shoulder, the left one, is always lower than the other? It's always easy to tell him that far away. Get on with it. Anyways, all of a sudden, up comes a proud car alongside George. The door opens, in jumps George, like he was used to it all his life. Just being with the cops. About an hour later, I'm in the drugstore across from the station house. Out comes George and walks away. This don't prove nothing. Maybe they had a piece on him from the prowl car.
That was the day they picked up Stan right out of his hideaway. Nobody knew where he was, except us and George.
What else?
The day before they broke up the game back at Marty's Laundry, George was down at the DA's office. 2 days before they shot it out with Johnny Sugar, I saw him make a pinch on George. A rap that didn't stick more than 3 hours.
That's enough. Me too. When do we give it to him, Dasher?
Tonight, if we can find him.
We'll find him. Want me to look? George likes me.
We'll all look. 2 by 2.
What's the pitch?
You'll stay with me. We'll make the candy store at Seneca and Newcastle our headquarters. Harry, you take Ollie. Work out of the all-night beanery over at Lincoln and Park. That's near the garage where the kids stashed that hot car. We'll check by phone from the pay station. Whoever finds George talks him into a small game in the garage. No shooting, understand? I want Georgie to know why and how he's getting it.
Any calls, Ollie? Nothing. This is my 3rd cup of coffee and nothing. How much coffee do you think I can drink?
Never mind that. George will be around sometime tonight. If we miss him, we'll hear from Dasher.
We ain't gonna miss him.
You got something there, pal.
How much longer are we gonna walk, Dasher?
So we'll find him.
Why'd we use the car? My feet are killing me.
George wouldn't get in a car. Anyhow, where his shoes are right size. The dames don't care if you got big feet.
You suppose Harry and Ollie found him?
If they did, Pop's got a message over at the store.
This kind of thing always spoils the party for me.
Think how the party's gonna be spoiled for Georgie.
I never noticed before. It's awful quiet this time of night.
Oh, morning. That's why I said no guns.
I get it.
So, George. Take a look at this. Over here under the lamppost.
What is it?
A note. Read it.
Meet me in my office Wednesday, 10 a.m. Tom Edwards. Hey, that's the name.
Let's walk. I figure we'll plant that note on George. When the cops find him, they'll find a note. Newspaper boys will get it and print it.
And everybody will know George was a stoolie. They'll pin it on us.
Don't worry, kid. First, Edwards is DA in the next county. He couldn't be interested in us. Two, I want everybody to know. The other pigeons will know, too. I think the warning will take.
Dasher, you're a G.
Smart enough, anyway.
Dasher, up ahead. Close to the doors. Other side of the street.
It's dark in there. Wait till he gets near the lamppost. Ah, Georgie. I know they'd walk any place.
Come on, kid. Right.
Hi, Georgie. What's your hurry?
Oh, hiya, Dasher.
Going any place special?
No place special.
Interested in a little game, maybe?
Maybe? What's cooking?
Blackjack.
Oh, I'm lucky at blackjack. Where?
Central Garage. We made a deal with the Grease Monkeys. What do you say we go over and take a hand?
Sure. Why not?
Let's walk. Why are you so lucky at blackjack, George?
Well, any combination of 7 is my lucky number.
Okay. Think you ought to play tonight?
Why not?
Today's the 11th.
Oh, the date don't mean nothing.
Just the card?
And the date.
There's Pop's corner.
Lights are still on around here.
Night Owl show at the movie. Wouldn't pay for Pop to keep open otherwise.
It'd pay Pop to stay open only for us.
Any other neighborhood, it'd attract too many nosy cops. Wait for me, I'll only be a minute.
Yeah, sure. I will be here. Now, like I was saying, kid, any combination...
Any messages, Pop?
No, nothing from nobody.
How's business?
Any business? How can it?
Anybody in the back room? I want to use the phone.
Nobody in back, nobody in front either. If it gets no better, I'll give it up the card.
Hey? Right. We got him.
Check.
15 minutes.
And double check.
That's quick.
And to the point. Pop.
Yeah?
Anybody wants to know, the kid and I have been in and out of here all evening.
That's the truth.
See you, Pop. Good luck with the soda.
Almost there, Dasher?
Almost. Why?
My feet hurt.
That's what I said just before we met you. Funny. They're okay now.
Thought you said Central Garage, Dasher.
Did I?
Where we going, Dasher?
Going? We're not going. We're there.
Yeah, you heard him, Georgie. We're there.
This garage?
Sure. What's wrong with the garage? Just the place for a nice, friendly game. Come on up the ramp, Georgie.
I don't feel like playing, Dasher.
Sure you do. You said so.
Yeah, but I just remembered. I don't have no dough on me.
You need no dough, Georgie. No dough for this game, Georgie.
Holly, you here too? So what's going on?
Georgie.
Hey,
We got a new game, Georgie. It's called Stick the Pigeon.
no, you didn't.
Come on, get him inside before he wakes up the whole neighborhood.
Get up there.
Just slug him, Dasher.
No, get him in the back, way back. Come on. That's it.
No, I didn't do nothing. I'm clean.
Stand. And for money. And for Johnny Sugar.
I couldn't help it, Dasher. They had it on me for that emergency job. They was gonna fry me if I didn't talk.
Now, what else did you tell him?
Nothing, I swear. Let me go, Dasher. Let me live, Dasher.
Show him, Harry.
Only 4 feet long, Georgie.
No, not the rope.
What do you got for him, kid?
Here. Make the hole about a 16th of an inch across. Big enough.
Don't shoot me, Dasher. Not the pig. Shoot me.
You're gonna burn, Stan. Marty will work his hands off in a jute mill. Johnny will go to the rock. We hate stoolies. And in a very few minutes, you, my friend, are going to be one dead pigeon. Okay, fellas.
No, I don't want to die. No, please.
let me forget the note, kid. This pigeon is going to make a real fancy dressed package.
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Dead Pigeon. Now, we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Myron McCormick as Louis the Dasher Monroe in Dead Pigeon. They found George, the dead pigeon, next morning. The stolen car into which his body was tossed was abandoned on a quiet, tree-shaded residential street. A passing policeman noticed the clout of George's coat caught in the door of the locked car. One look through the window, and that particular policeman was on his way to the nearest call box. Shortly thereafter, prowl cars, squad cars, an assistant medical examiner, and the wagon from the city morgue converged on the spot. That tree-shaded residential street was quiet no longer.
The ME is through, Lieutenant. Death by multiple stab wounds and strangling. Pockets? Nothing except this. Meet me, my office, Wednesday, 10 a.m., Tom Edwards. Oh, it's Billy Dew from the DA. Yeah, next county. Must have been a stoolie. We'll find out since we take his prints. Let's have a look at him. He's a mess, whoever he was. There's the car. Boys checking the plates? Well, that won't give us anything. I'll be from another car. Standard practice. This one wasn't pretty, even living. What's this black stuff on his back? Smells like oil to me. Yeah, it is oil. That's funny, on his shirt, not on his jacket. You know how they operate. Pull his jacket over his head and let him have it. It falls on his shirt. Yeah. Oil. Look, Sorrell. Not one word to the newspaper boys about that note. Why not, Lieutenant? They'd love it. I know, but that's a warning to other stoolies. We're not doing any favors for the gangs yet. And run a check of all public garages within, say, 5 miles of here. That's a large order, Lieutenant. I know, Sorrell, but that oil comes from the floor of a garage. I'll bet on it. And I want to know which garage has a record of a car like this one. We might pick up some interesting leads that way. Never can tell. Company's come, Lieutenant. Picked up Joey here when he came to work tonight. Lieutenant Swenson, this is Joe. Hello, Joe. They still call you the baker?
No more, Lieutenant. I'm going straight now. Got this job and been sticking to it. Honest.
He's washing cars at that certain garage. Well, just tell us the truth, Joe. You'll be all right.
I don't know nothing, Lieutenant. I pick up and deliver cars, too. I'm out of the garage most of my shift.
Yeah, we know that. You're reporting to the probation officer, Joe?
Yes.
I thought so. You know, I think you're a lucky break for us.
Me? Lucky for you?
Sorrell, get a chair for our friend Joe. Of course, Lieutenant. Would you sit down, Joe?
That is, well,
I said sit down. Yes. Now start talking, Joe.
What about?
Oh, stop that. You know about accessory after the fact.
I don't know nothing.
There was no call either to pick up or deliver at your garage from midnight last night until 4:12 this morning. The record's here on this sheet. You were there.
All right. I was sleeping in one of the cars where I could hear the phone.
And hear and see a murder committed. The murder our medical examiner says took place between 1 and 4 a.m. this morning. That left blood stains in the rear corner. That left oil smears on the back of the victim. You didn't sleep through anything like that, Joe. Now stop stalling, or you'll go back to your cell up the river.
Have a heart, Lieutenant. If I talk, I'm good as dead.
If you talk, you'll live longer and better. Better than behind bars, Joe.
I can't. He was a stoolie. They'll give it to me the same way.
Then you saw it. You did see it.
I'm scared to talk, Lieutenant. I want to live. I want to live.
For the lily. All right, Sorrell. Take him down to Davis Street Jail and lock him up.
But I didn't do anything.
You're a material witness. And your bail is going to be as high as the DA can get the judge to make it.
Blackie, you heard? Joe the Baker is here. Cell 23. Material witness, George the Pigeon. Check. Hey, Phil. Joe the Baker. Cell 23. George the Pigeon. Material witness. Pass.
I thought I just said no talking. Shut up, you hear?
Yes, I was talking, sir. Get word out, Joe the Baker. Cell 23. Material witness, George the Pigeon.
Gotcha. I'll pass it.
That you, Wally? Yeah. Your name's Jackson. Sorry, I heard something on the grapevine over Davis. Spill it.
They got a witness on that pigeon killing.
They couldn't.
Joe the Baker, remember?
Yeah. Where was he?
Asleep in a car. Noise woke him up.
There. Dash will want to know about this. Fella, you earned your money this time. They set the bail?
Yeah. $100,000. Looks like they want to keep him.
So that's the Dasher. All the lousy break.
And a character like that. Okay, Ollie, we'll get him out.
Bring him?
No, legitimate. We'll bail him out.
Well, we get the 100 G's.
Don't worry about that. The Constitution says no big bail or something. I'll send the mouthpiece into court in the morning. You'll get that bail reduced and we'll put it up. Get it?
And then what?
When Joe the Baker walks out, we'll be waiting for him. He'll jump there all right. They'll never find him. And it'll be worth every cent it'll cost us.
Okay, pal, you can have bail now.
Me? Who put up 100 G's for me?
How should I know? Only it wasn't that much. Some mouthpiece talked to the judge. It's down to 10 G's.
So long, Joe. It was nice knowing ya.
Drop us a postcard, Joey, if you can.
Get going, pal.
I ain't going.
What?
I don't know who put up the money. I ain't got no mouthpiece. I ain't going. Can't make me go if I don't want to. I don't want no bail. I want to stay here where I'm safe. You think I'm crazy? The minute I step on the street, I'm dead. I won't do it. Nobody can make me.
You giving me this straight, Ollie?
Straight like I got it. Our pal, the Keys, said Joe Sutter got Martin refused to bail.
Well, why is he not?
Seems like the other charities in his cell block and wishing him goodbye. That's what he got.
I'd like to...
Easy, Dasher. That's my job.
So dumb, stupid. Next thing you know, the Baker will start to talk.
I wouldn't be surprised. You could just get him out for 30 seconds.
Yes. Haven't you any imagination? Figure something.
As long as he stays in there, who can touch him?
Well, how about a writ or something?
Well, they're holding him as a material witness without a charge for his own protection.
Don't look good to me. Can't get him out and we can't get in.
Can't we? What are we paying that jailer for? News broadcast?
Maybe you got something, Dasher.
That's the first time I ever heard of anybody who wanted to get into jail. You got an idea, Dasher?
Why can't Joe have a visitor?
Always why not? Oh, no, Dasher. This is one job that's not for me.
What's so tough? Our boyfriend lets one of us in. We get to Joe. Keys turns his back. Fast shiv, and that's that.
Dasher, you mean right in his cell?
Oh, the visitor's room, not regular hours. Maybe 10 o'clock at night. Keys will play along. He'd better. He has to go home when he's off shift.
It don't feel right, Dasher. Too close to the line.
If Joe the Baker speaks up in court, we're over the line.
You better count me out, Dasher.
Yeah, me too. I need room to work. Jail's no place for me.
Ollie?
I get a rash every time I go near a jail. They don't agree with me. Honest, Dasher. But I'll wait outside with a car.
I get it. You're all turning chickens.
Do we gotta take care of him that way?
If there was any other way, wouldn't I figure it?
Yeah, sure you would.
Hey, couldn't we draw straws or something? Short man has to go in.
No straws. A job like this you have to want to do or you'll slip someplace. All right. This is the way it has to be. Ollie, contact your pal.
Okay.
So the beggar gets a visitor. Nice.
Who's that? You got a visitor, Joe. Visitor? Me? You want to see me, and since when visitors 10 o'clock at night?
Yes, too many questions. Come on.
Hey, I don't understand.
Come on your feet, Joey. Let's go.
Okay, I'm coming. Hey, make your way to the visitor's room?
Well, not the day room. At night, we got a special place down near the kitchen.
Yeah. Okay.
It's in here, Joe.
Hello, Joey. Nice to see you. Shut up. Don't use my name.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Help! Key! Hey, Key!
Keys won't help you. He's gone to bed.
Don't come near me. Don't. I'm calling you, Dasher. Don't come close.
Put down that baseball bat, Joe. Take your medicine like a man.
Ice cream. Chocolate ice cream. We use the bat to pack the ice in the ice cream freeze. What a break.
Put it down, Joe. Be nice, and I'll make it quick. Otherwise, in the belly. Come on, put it down, Joe.
I won't. You don't get me, Dasher. I'll break your arm. Put away that ship, Dasher. Put it away.
You're gonna get it, Joe, just the way Georgie got it, and you know about that.
I saw you. Keep away from me, Dasher.
Well, get those back. All right, Jack, drop that knife.
Look out, Flatfoot.
I thought he was gonna cut me. I thought he was gonna cut me.
I will, you lousy. Now, wait till we off. Got a hard chin there, Joe.
My jaw. My jaw's cracked.
Bracelets on him, Sorrel. You didn't figure we'd have a tail on you, did you, Dasher? You didn't figure we'd pick up Ollie and the kid and Harry in the car outside. And you didn't figure to fry for killing Georgie, did you, Dasher? You just didn't figure a lot of things.
Crime does not pay. Myron McCormick, who was starred as Louis the Dasher in Dead Pigeon, will be back with you in just a moment. Now, here in person is Myron McCormick.
I know that many of you believe that the world of Louis the Dasher, Ohio Ollie, and George the Pigeon is a world of fantasy, drawn from the vivid imagination of a writer of crime stories. I'm glad that you can believe this, but the fact remains that you must not believe it, because this world really exists. This is shocking, I know, and you have every right to ask not only what is to be done about it, but how it happened, and how such things can be prevented. The police do what can be done. This underworld came into being largely because of the kind of greed that breeds in slums and dire poverty. These things can be rooted out at their source. This is a basic goal toward which our civilization is moving. When we have reached that goal, you and I and all good citizens, then we will have demonstrated once and for all that crime does not pay.
Thank you, Myron McCormick. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Mark C. Lowe, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton B. Turkett. The event's characters fictional. Any similarity is purely coincidental.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson,
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, boys, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that? Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You need a better class of people, mostly named Rigger or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87th Street, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stopped.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and the Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that away a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in common and preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend, all soon. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over at Stocks and Bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp, slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed the cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard, and let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying.
Yeah, because it's true. I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight Ellsworth?
Ellsworth, your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Hmm? Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Sea?
Hmm?
On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Ah, very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We've got a dead man in our hands. Rudy Toot shot right through the heart. You were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now, get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. Twas then I smelled a big fat thief. That great, big, kind of attractive Mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially at the over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof for 100.
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got him in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Godfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
Therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm Sprite, transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. Then I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story's so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none of how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a feed.
A feed that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Island Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions there who indulge in formulas.
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount split gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss. What'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwight Sonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up. Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
I'm only drinking. Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Huh? Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That dude. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashel Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one beer. That's a two. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed the cab and navigated the driver out towards Seacliff. It was so foggy I couldn't see the meter. But I paid him anyway, gave him a neutral tip, and dismissed him. There it was, 25 Dashel Road. An austere-looking cabana. One that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry. Good evening. Except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Walk this way, please.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, even if I lived to be 100.
Mind your tongue, young lady. You're in the house of an Ellsworth.
Oh, hoity, the old babe had delusions of grandeur. Well, no need to get uppity with me. I've mingled with royalty. I once played a bit part in a Rita Hayworth picture. But this old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the barracks of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched. Quite obvious.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? You in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thanks. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. A lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. My wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
Thanks. I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. He just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, he showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? Taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it. Don't cash that check.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was the gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy either, Candy. Got something on your mind?
And Mallard. Well, how ducky, a midnight soiree. What goes on here?
Why, that chicken you had in the icebox is delicious.
Was delicious. Looks like you've done everything but eat the bone.
Your vintage is superb, too, Candy. Have a little formula?
No, now, come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mallard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walked in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mallard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mallard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. But don't forget, the boys down at Trinity Street headquarters don't love you the way I do. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the foul, chicken.
Ah, very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clippings. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table. Helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula. Turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The day was dark except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, quick, just like that, 2 little tumblers and my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Dandy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? One of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here. And alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical. Although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. Okay, Rembrandt, off the car.
Strangest corpse I ever did see. What'd you say, Candy?
Off the car, come on.
Now what? I just want to get to bed.
Well, not for a long time, Boy Blue. Now, here's the pitch. You take this building, and I'll take the next. We'll alternate as we go along. Ask if a tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria ever lived around here.
Oh, Candy.
I know it sounds wild, but it's got to be done.
A horse with a tall face and dressed something like...
Oh, Rembrandt, look at me. Get that smoke out of your brain. A tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, get going. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria? Oh, sister!
That was about Tar.
No, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on 2 sticks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a Roomba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house with a police squad car, there was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Melly.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Oh, a pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blank. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25-Dashel Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hand. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
You seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's...
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street, ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. In the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy, just shattered.
What? Wait a minute, that window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What a silly game we're playing now.
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right?
Yoink, it's the ghost.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here. 2 houses over. You've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Maxon. She did it! She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law!
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys.
Better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Step up with her.
Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not! That hateful woman! She's ruined my whole life! All my plans! Just because of her snooping and spying! She's going to die, I tell you!
It was a miracle, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
I was too close. She's dead.
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. Trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted her car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't try that in sooner.
Oh, it's just that you have too many things on your mind, Melody. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. Two, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she punked him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
It wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see, murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal. One check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead of that. On the way out, Mallard leaned on too. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve, Jack Cahill, and Harry Bechtel, Jack Thomas as Rembrandt, and Henry Leff as Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters.
Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Gentle Strangler. April, spring, around 9 o'clock in the evening. A quiet neighborhood. From one of these homes, a dignified, white-haired gentleman emerges and strolls leisurely down a tree-lined avenue. A man appears from the shadow of one of the trees and...
Can I beg the favor of a light?
Light?
I wish to smoke. I have a cigarette and no match.
Oh, certainly. My lighter.
Thank you. You are Judge Whitcomb, are you not?
Yes.
I've seen your picture in the papers.
Well,
May I walk with you to the next corner?
if you wish. Good evening, Judge. Oh, good evening, Dr. Crawford. Beautiful night. Lovely, lovely. Spring is finally here.
Yes, spring. The end of winter. The beginning.
I don't recognize you, sir. You live in this neighborhood?
No. I do not live anywhere.
I beg your pardon.
I say, I do not live.
I do not understand.
You will. Because the dead do not live.
The dead?
Yes, Judge Whitcomb. This clump of evergreens here. They are the dense. They cast deep shadows.
Why are you choking me?
You see, Judge, you do not live anymore. You do not live.
Hold it a second, guys, will you? I want to get a shot of you putting that body in the dead wagon.
Okay, Casey.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Slide him in, Jim. Let's go.
Now, Logan, how did old Judge Whitcomb get it?
Oh, the captain's just been telling me you strangled Casey by a person unknown.
Strangled?
Like Assistant District Attorney Dunning got his last week.
And are you newspaper people going to make things sweet for me, Miss Williams, if I don't crack both cases in a hurry?
When big shot citizens like a judge and an assistant DA aren't safe within a few minutes' walk of their own front doors, pal, there's obviously something wrong someplace.
I'm in no mood for kidding.
Who said I was kidding?
Nuts.
Okay. When was the judge strangled?
About 9 o'clock. Started out for his usual evening walk. Shortly after he left his house, Dr. Crawford, who lived in the next block, saw him with a strange man. Except that he was a big guy, and the doc can't give any description of the stranger.
Well, nothing was stolen from the judge, Casey. Apparently, the motive wasn't robbery any more than it was in the Dunning murder.
When a criminal court's judge and an assistant DA get killed within a week of each other, Logan, and are killed the same way.
Sure, it looks as though someone they sent to jail is pulling a payoff.
Oh, Dunning prosecuted an awful lot of crooks before Judge Whitcomb.
Hundreds, Miss Williams. It won't be easy to figure the particular one who killed them both.
This thing tonight at least looks like a tie-up.
Yeah, the man last seen with the judge is described as big. That's something.
Well, I'm heading downtown to check all cases Dunning prosecuted in Whitcomb's court. Then we'll see how much those somethings are.
Joe, will you take care of that lady over at the table? She wants a glass of half and half that's a third ginger ale. Oh, such people come in here, Miss Williams. They ask for the darndest thing.
I'll have another glass of water, pal.
There, you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Your pretzels, Ethelbert, have given him a third.
That's the idea of having pretzels on the bar. But a thirst for water don't pay our rent or our license.
I'll tell you what. I'll come in here someday and buy a beer, Ethelbert. That is when the price comes down. Have a pretzel, Annie?
Mind if I do?
While you two are eating up the profits, what's new on them strangling cases?
Don't you read the papers?
Sure I do. And I think it's a crying shame the way they're all picking on Captain Logan. You and Miss Williams told me he ain't got a single clue to work on outside of the idea that Dunning and Judge Whitcomb was killed by the same man.
Yeah, well, that idea's beginning to pay off now, Ethelbert. Logan made an arrest this evening.
He did?
Yep.
It looks as though he has the right man.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, about 8 years ago, Lloyd Dunning prosecuted a crook named Rankin before Judge Whitcomb on a burglary charge. Got a conviction. And the judge gave Rankin the limit. Rankin claimed he'd had a raw deal, made a lot of big threats.
He was released from prison just a week before Dunning was strangled. He's a big man, and he has no alibi for the times when the killings took place.
Have another pretzel.
Thanks.
A little more water, Ethelbert.
For both of us.
You know that water's on a meter, don't you? This is becoming an outright swindle.
Hey, you better fill the pretzel bowl up, too. We're touching bottom down here.
Okay, but... Oh, excuse me, there's the bar phone.
The pretzels were saved by the bell, Annie.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, he's right here. Your city editor, Casey.
All right, give me it.
Take it.
Hello, Burke. Wait a minute. Oh, now, Burke. Well, okay, all right, I got a pencil ready. Go ahead, shoot. Alleyway on Market Street, just south of 12th. I got it. Huh? What happened there? What? We're on our way, Burke, right now.
What is it, Casey?
Another strangling, Annie.
Another?
A detective got it this time, and Rankin didn't do the job. He's locked up in jail.
That corpse was Barney Lennon, Casey. One of my homicide guys, and one of the best.
He's a swell cop, look. Swell guy, too. Now, this strangler must be an awfully strong guy. Barney was no pushover.
Well, the strangler must have gotten him unawares.
He must have.
You know, Barney Lennon must have arrested the man whom Dunning prosecuted and Judge Whitcomb sentenced.
Oh, maybe these three stranglings are wholly unrelated. Maybe we're dealing with a maniac.
Well, the killer may be a maniac, Logan, but it's stretching that long arm of coincidence too far to believe that these three jobs are unrelated.
Yes, 3 law enforcement officers in the same way and within 3 weeks.
Job a week. Killer may give us proof of relationship, Logan. Next week.
Look, Mr. Candido, never have I offered anyone such a bargain in my shop. An almost new speed graphic camera with a double plasma lens.
Jake, I need another camera like you need 12 toes.
Can't sell one of your old ones. I'll make you a trade. If I lose money, so,
If you lost money on a deal, so it'd be a miracle. I'm trading no cameras today.
Yeah, well, hey, a man can only try, you know.
Send out that stuff I ordered first thing in the morning, will you?
For you, Mr. Candido, I'll have it delivered as soon as I open the shop.
And don't forget, I need those photo folders especially.
You'll get them. The new business is doing good, huh?
I can't complain.
When I think of you running a photographic studio that specializes in taking pictures of little children, I got to live. You who used to be a press photographer taking shots of fires and accidents and political conventions.
Yeah, it was those conventions that made me decide to leave the newspaper business. Good night, Jake.
Well, I'll take you to the door, then I'm going to lock up and go home myself. There wouldn't be any more business tonight.
That big guy looking in your window may be a customer.
God, don't be crazy. He's just a window shopper. I can always tell. Well, good night, Mr. Candido.
Night, Jake. And don't forget that early delivery.
First thing in the morning, you'll get it. I got it all written down.
Nice camera you have in your window.
The best that money can buy, mister.
I'd like to buy one.
You like it? Hey, well, a man could be wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I was just saying to my last customer that you was only a window shopper. I was going to close up. Come on in.
Thank you. You are the proprietor of this?
It's me. Now, what kind of camera can I show you?
Do you keep other things besides cameras?
Anything for taking pictures, I got it.
Why, this store is so small.
I got a big stock room in
Before I select the new camera, I had in mind an enlarger.
Well, I got that big stuff in back. Now, what size do you want? Now, bring it out.
To save you the trouble, suppose I go with you and look.
Okay, this way. And what a bargain I can give you. Like none you ever had before in your life. If it's a 4x5 you want, I got an all condensers. And if it's a 5.7, I got an only projection that would make
It is only you I want. Only you I want. Only you.
Strangling proves we're dealing with a madman, Casey. This Jake Blumberg had nothing to do with the law. He simply ran a little camera shop.
Jake once had something to do with law enforcement, Logan.
Yeah?
What, Casey?
He was the star witness, Annie, in a murder case.
Hey, I remember now.
Yeah, I thought you would, pal.
It was his testimony that got that Ivanov girl a death sentence.
You remember the rest?
Barney Lennon arrested her. Dunning prosecuted her. Judge Whitcomb sentenced her.
Right. I'm the guy who dug up the evidence against him. I must be next on the strangler's list.
With present living costs what they are, Fire King Oven Glass is doubly welcome. One, because Fire King Oven Glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the world's largest makers of household glass, its cost is incredibly low, and each piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Two, Fire King Oven Glass lets you make delicious, healthful meals out of leftovers of all kinds and out of inexpensive ingredients. And foods baked in Fire King Oven Glass inside the oven retain all their precious vitamins and delicious flavors. So ask for Fire King Oven Glass by name at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department store. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King Oven Glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Come on now, talk, Casey. Tell me about this Ivanov case.
Well, okay, Annie. It was before you came to work on the paper.
1939 or 40.
39, Lord. The war just started in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, a gal named Irene Ivanov was suspected of poisoning some guy. She handed him a poison cocktail.
But, Casey, what did you have to do with this case?
Casey discovered that Irene Ivanov had bought the poison at Jake Blumberg's camera shop in the form of a chemical used in developing photographs. He got Jake to identify her, and that convinced the jury.
Assistant District Attorney Dunning, Barney Lennon, and I were able to show that the Ivanov dame never even snapped a camera shutter in her life and had no legitimate use for photographic supplies.
Before Judge Whitcomb could sentence her, she committed suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah. Got hold of a razor blade in jail and cut her wrists. When her mother heard the news, she had a fatal heart attack and they were buried together. This Irene was an only child.
But, Casey, how does the strangler tie in with this? You say the Ivanov girl was an only child and that she and her mother are dead. What about the father?
Before the murder, he had gone back to Russia. The Soviet government, with a war headed its way, kept him over there.
When he heard what had happened to his wife and daughter, Miss Williams, well, the poor fellow had to be put in a madhouse.
Well, you think he's been released and is back in this country?
It's possible.
After what's happened, I'd say it's probable.
Well, then all you have to do is to find him
Miss
and...
Williams, how do you find a man you've never seen, who has no criminal record?
And the only thing I can remember even being said about him, Logan, in a descriptive way, I mean, was that he was a big and a gentle guy.
I don't remember the gentle part, but his bigness clicked with me as soon as you mentioned the Ivanov case.
Did anybody see a big guy come into this camera shop before Jake was killed?
I don't know, but the last sale he made before he was killed was for stuff to be delivered to a Mr. P. Candido.
Candido?
Yeah, here's his order book with the name and address.
Hey, that's Pat Candido.
Pat?
Sure, Pat Candido. You know him, Logan. He used to be an on the news. And if Pat happened to see that big guy...
It's been his business to notice things.
Come on, we're calling on Candido right away.
The medical examiner says that Jake was killed at about 7:30, Candido. You say you left his shop at about that time?
Yes, Jake said he was closing up his place and going home. But I saw someone go in right after I left.
What did he look like, Pat?
Big, Casey. That's all I can tell you about him.
You gotta tell us more than that, fella. That guy was Jake's murderer. Now think. Come on.
I've been thinking. He was just a big guy I saw looking in a window and never expected to see again.
You were supposed to be a hot press photographer before you got soft and went into the baby picture racket. You were supposed to have a nose for news.
Oh, was my nose supposed to tell me he was going to commit a murder?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I let you down, Casey, but I just don't remember. Wait a minute. That big guy has eyes like a baby's.
Like a bit? What do you mean?
I take pictures of young kids all day. And, well, the babies, the infants, their eyes are different. They seldom focus when they look at you. They seem to look through you and all around you and not at you.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Pat, but that isn't much help. Is that the best you can do for us, huh?
That's all I can do for you.
Yeah, well, thanks, pal. It's at least more than we had before.
Well, now that isn't enough to give Casey warning of a man who undoubtedly intends to strangle him next week. Now, what are you going to do about that, Captain Logan?
Don't worry, Miss Williams. Casey won't be alone any moment of the day or night from now on.
What do you mean I won't be alone?
Well, I'm not particularly concerned about your skin. And I want to catch a murderer and you're bait. Wherever you go and whatever you do, a cop will be right beside you.
2-year-old kid that isn't allowed out without his nursemaid. Bad enough in the daytime, but when I have to look at one of you cops in my own apartment at night here...
I don't like it any better than you do, Casey. If you're a pleasant company, it wouldn't be so bad, but you do nothing but gripe.
Well, I'm sorry, Mac. Would you like a drink?
I would, yeah. But if I touched the drop and the captain found it out, I'd be back to pavement pounding in a uniform. When he gives orders to guard a guy, he means you don't do it with liquor under your belt.
That isn't even any sociability with you, Lug.
Well, you ought to be glad we're on our toes. You know, Casey, it's just a week ago tonight since Jake Blumberg was knocked off. And you're next.
I could handle that strangler by myself. I'm not anemic, you know.
You don't know the guy, Casey.
I wonder if Ivanov has a Russian accent.
No, it isn't likely. He was brought to this country as a kid and lived here most of his life.
Well, it's almost midnight, Mac.
Yeah.
Start work tomorrow on the 8 a.m. shift, so I might as well hit the sack.
Yeah, I'll be able to do a little sleeping myself tonight. Hope my relief shows up at 12 sharp.
Who is your relief tonight?
Oh, some guy named Norris. I don't know him. He's a uniformed cop from the precinct house.
Uniformed cop?
Yeah, Detective Bureau has enough men to do all its work right now, Casey. We homicide guys especially have more than we can do.
I know that.
Of course, a plainclothes guy like me will pick you up in the morning.
That'll be something I'll look forward to. Well, I hope Patrolman Norris won't mind a little fancy snoring. Well, I'm going to change into my pajamas.
All right, this is the place, Norris. Casey's apartment, BB.
Thanks for giving me a lift here, Lieutenant.
It's all right, I was going this way. Now remember your instructions, lad. No sleeping on this job. Keep your eyes open and your ears working. Anything happened to Casey while you're on duty, it'll be too bad for you. And if you're lucky enough to nab the strangler, you can store away that uniform and get yourself a detective shield.
I'll be on the job, sir.
All right, you find a drive-it-yourself elevator back of the lobby stairs. Good night, Norris.
Night, Lieutenant.
Good evening, officer.
Evening.
Going to Mr. Casey's apartment.
Who wants to know?
I'm a friend of his. Just left him. The detective with him said he was expecting his release.
Oh, I see.
Here's the elevator. I just got out of it. Press number 3 button there.
Oh, thanks.
Going to sleep nice and quiet, officer. Hardly a sound. I'll take you to the roof and tie you up. You're big like me. Your uniform will fit me fine.
That relief cop is over 5 minutes late already, Casey.
Well, you're actually off duty now, Mac. How about that nightcap?
No, thanks. Not till the guy gets here.
Here I'm all ready to hit the beauty rest, and you keep me up for the... Give me a little hospitality before you shove off. Well, there's your relief. Now I'll get him.
Yep. Keep away from that door, Casey. It just might be the bird I'm guarding you against.
Oh, nuts.
Who's there?
Officer Norris, 23rd Precinct.
Okay, just a minute.
Top of the list.
One of our best dicks on the safe and loft squad stutters.
Yeah, I know that.
All right, come in, Norris.
Thanks. I'm your relief.
Yeah, the late relief.
Sorry, it couldn't be helped.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, too. All right, give me that nightcap, Casey, and I'll get out of here.
Okay, Mac. How about you, Norris?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I guess you know your orders.
Yeah.
You know, I never run into you before, Norris. My name's McAvoy.
Nice to know you.
I'm Casey.
Nice to meet you.
Here's your poison, Mac.
Oh, thanks, Casey. Well, here's how.
How?
Well, I'm heading for home now. You lock the door when I go out, Norris, and take care of this lug Casey.
I'll take care of him.
You'll find me a pain in the neck, but you'll have to stand for that. Sock him if he gripes too much and put him to sleep.
I may do that.
Go on, get out of here, Mac.
Yeah, I'm on the way, Casey. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Now, I'll lock the door.
I'm going to bed, Norris. There's a lot of magazines on that table for you to read if you want. Books in a case, this bottle. Help yourself to all of them.
Thanks very much.
You got a long, dreary night ahead of you.
all night alone.
Well, I'd hate to have your job, sitting up guarding a guy that snores.
Maybe you won't snore tonight.
You're an optimist. Well, good night.
Good night.
Say,
Yeah?
how did a guy like you ever decide to be a cop?
It was a means to an end.
What end? Excuse me, I'm getting kind of personal on such short acquaintance, but seems such a gentle sort of fella that I... Gentle?
Why do you look at me like that, Mr. Casey?
Sizing you up.
How do you size me up?
Okay. You're okay. Think I'll have a nightcap.
I prescribe it.
Do you want to join me?
No, thank you. Detective McAvoy should be out of the building now, but on his way home, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think so, too. And since we won't be disturbed...
No, you don't! My eyes! The whiskey! Yeah! I've got a full glass right in them. Ivanov!
I've got my hands on you now. You'll die like the others who killed my daughter.
Hey, you can't move so quick. But you're not gonna strangle
I can see. Again, I have a gun.
You won't use it, though. How was that precise? Now try this on your whiskers. Boy, if you'd ever really gotten those big mitts of yours around my neck. Hello, headquarters. Give me Captain Logan, will you? He isn't in, huh? Well, when he comes in, tell him Casey called. And to send a wagon up to my joint for the strangler. Yeah, he's sleeping right now in my apartment, and I'm afraid I'll wake him up if I start to snore. Oh, wait a minute. Give Logan another message for me. Tell him my opinion of his idea about having me guarded is fooling.
Breakfast time tomorrow morning is a long way off, and that makes breakfast just about the most important meal of the day. Now, when I was a small boy, breakfast was an exciting experience. On my grandmother's table, there was always a great plate of hot golden brown toast and at least a half dozen different jellies, jams, and preserves to add zest and sparkle to those good old-fashioned breakfasts. Now, that's one reason we're so glad tonight to salute the Preserve Industry Council of America for its magnificent campaign to brighten up the breakfast toast with mouth-watering strawberry and apricot, sweet tart orange marmalade and blackberry jam, fragrant apple butter and currant jelly. Why, how much more inviting they can make your breakfast table. They whet young appetites, provide quick energy to see you through the day. Practically all preserves come to you today in crystal clear sanitary glass containers. Anchor glass containers and modern anchor hocking sealing methods not only protect these superb products of tree and bush and vine more perfectly than any methods known to our grandparents, but they also provide a stimulating, colorful rainbow on the table. Always serve a variety of jams, jellies, and preserves at breakfast. Anchor glass containers and easy-to-remove anchor caps are both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
But, Casey, how did you get wise to that Ivanov guy in the cop's uniform?
His eyes were like a baby's, Ethelbert. He didn't focus.
The eyes of mad people are often like that.
Yeah. And Ivanov is as crazy as they come, poor devil. He's going to spend the rest of his life in a nut house. Of course, those funny eyes Pat Candido noticed put me on guard, you see. Well, I filled that whiskey glass just in case. I wasn't going to take any chances.
Ivanov had the cop's revolver, Ethelbert, in case he couldn't take chances.
Right.
How'd you find the cop whose uniform Ivanov had taken?
He was on the roof, tied up and gagged. Otherwise, he was okay.
Ivanov had been listening outside Casey's door. He heard the name of the cop that was to relieve McAvoy, and that McAvoy didn't know him personally, so he just put poor Norris to sleep and took his place.
Seems to me that for a crazy guy, he went about his strangling business in a pretty smart way.
Well, insane people often have a very sane side, pal.
And vice versa.
Why look at me?
I wasn't looking at you, Casey. I was looking at that pretzel bowl.
Oh. Well, don't just look at it.
It's empty again. Fill it up.
Yeah. And Ethelbert.
I know. 2 more glasses of water.
Yeah. And cold this time.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation and is directed by John Deans. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark.
Private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn, Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else, that's for laughs. You're strolling along Fifth Avenue on a beautiful spring afternoon, and you stop at the window of Fitch's department store for a peek at the styles. And then suddenly, she's there beside you. A tall blonde with curves, an electric blonde with voltage. She looks undecided, seems as though she wants to say something, and, well, maybe spring has gotten into you. So you start the ball rolling with a depthless piece of dialogue. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, lovely.
And the weather, it's perfect for strolling.
Yes,
May we stroll?
yes, yes, of course. My name is Angela Wentworth.
I'm Peter Chambers.
We're going to call on my uncle, Mr. Chambers. We'll go there directly, if you don't mind.
Uncle, she says. We're going to call on my uncle. Well, it's springtime in Manhattan and the squirrels are out. But if that's the way she wants it, she's far too beautiful to argue with. So you accompany her to Madison, and in the elegant hotel, you ride up to the tower apartment, and she nibbles with delicate knuckles on a thickly impressive door.
My uncle isn't well. I don't want to wake him at this evening.
Do you have a key?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
Well, then let's use it, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, I shall.
Inside, you get a back view of an old guy snoozing by an open window. You can't see his hands, they're in his lap. Angela taps you, and you tiptoe behind her into another room. She sits down and crosses her legs, and you've got trouble keeping your eyes away from her knees. But you manage.
Well, do you have it?
I beg your pardon?
Did you bring it?
Bring what?
The earring.
Earring?
Here's my handbag.
Handbag. Well, here it is.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Here. Read this. A clipping which I tore from the personal column of the Times. Please read it. Out loud.
All right. Let me see now. If the lady who lost an earring at the art students' ball Friday evening will meet me in front of Fitch's department store Tuesday afternoon between 2 and 2:30, I shall be happy to return.
Now, do you understand?
Yes, I do, and I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? But why? You
Look, Miss Wentworth, I didn't insert that ad.
You didn't, but...
No, I just happened to be there, and, well, you were there, and, well, conversation sprang up.
It's funny.
Yes.
It's really funny. But I do think you ought to go now.
She sort of starts you on your way, but on your way, you get another look at the old man, and suddenly you don't like it. He hasn't moved, and there's a white waxiness behind his ears. And you go near.
What is it, Mr. Chambers?
He's dead. She passes out in a faint, and you let her lie. You go around to the front of the old man, and you take a look. He's got a gun in his hand and 2 bullet holes in his stomach. You're working at your trade now, and you work quickly and carefully. The room's in perfect order, absolutely no sign of a tussle. The old man's still warm, hasn't been dead an hour. Then, toward the middle of the room, you see it. A round red spot that sort of blends in with the russet color of the rug. You touch it. It's blood. Then you go back to the old man, you dig around in his pockets. You come up with a beautiful triangular emerald earring. And just then, Angela Wentworth starts stirring. Easy does it, Miss Wentworth. Come on. Let me help you up. There you are.
My uncle.
He's dead. He appears to have shot himself.
Oh, no.
Now, look. Let's go back to the other room, huh? Come on. Now, there, will you sit down?
Thank you.
I'll use the phone. Operator. Police headquarters, emergency.
I only left him half an hour ago.
Hello? Hello, I want to report a death. That's right, a death. 598 Madison Avenue, a hotel, the Tower Apartments. All right, now, Miss Wentworth, there's nothing we can do but wait for the police.
Oh, it's terrible.
Look, I found this earring in your uncle's pocket.
Thank you. It's the mate of the one I lost.
Oh, what was it doing in your uncle's pocket?
That's the clipping. The person said they would return the lost one if I could identify it. So I brought the mate here to Uncle. Left it with him and intended to bring the finder here with me. Show him the mate to the earring, which would be perfect identification.
Is it valuable?
Each earring is insured for $20,000, but... Oh, Mr. Chambers, may I please call somebody?
Well, sure. Who do you want to call?
Oliver Hartford, my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister. He came here with my uncle. They live way up in New Hampshire, all of them.
What about you?
Well, I live here in the city. May I call Oliver?
All right, where's he staying?
Right here, this hotel. One of the downstairs suites.
Well, let's call him. Would you connect me with Mr. Hartford, please? There you are.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Ollie? Come up to Uncle's suite. Quickly, please.
The guy shows. Oliver Hartford, big, young, and brawny. He sort of takes over in the comfort department for his sister-in-law. And presently there's an onslaught of cops, medical examiners, fingerprint men, and the works. And boss man of the works, your good friend, Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker. Looking a little harassed today, but working with his usual competence. And then after they're all done and the medical examiner has made his report and the body has been taken out, Parker takes you aside and you fill him in on your end of the deal.
Well, they got me working today. I got 3 unfinished cases, now this thing pops up.
It never rains.
Medical examiner says suicide. Girls identified the gun as the old man's. M.E. says time of death, 2 o'clock. Door was locked.
Who else had keys?
Nobody but the old man. He lent his to the girl, and she was with you when the thing happened.
Check.
Suicide, period. Boy, I am busy today. I'm going to go in and talk to those 2, the relatives, and then I'll beat it out of here.
Sure, Louis.
Let me go talk to them. All right, then, Miss Wentworth, Mr. Hartford. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chambers here is a private detective. One of the best. So, just in case either of you are not satisfied with the way the police may be handling
Oh, we're perfectly satisfied, Lieutenant, of course.
All right, then, let's get some of the facts out of the way. Name of deceased, Robert Wentworth, a rich man, ex-oil man worth many millions, retired, widower.
Yes, his only 2 living relatives, his nieces. Miss Angela Wentworth, and of course my wife, Marie Wentworth Hartford.
Where's your wife now?
Why, she's at home up in New Hampshire. See, I came in with Uncle Robert last week.
Okay. Medical examiner says suicide, and every external item points to suicide. Time, 2 o'clock. Now, where were you at 2 o'clock, Mr. Hutt?
In my room, napping.
And you, Miss Wentworth?
With Mr. Chambers on 5th Avenue near Fitch's apartment.
I'll corroborate that, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
You're very welcome. Yeah, all right. Sorry, lost my head. Now, this suicide thing, would Mr. Wentworth be disposed to suicide?
Oh, yes.
No well, one at a time now, please. One at a time. You, Miss Wentworth.
Well, Lieutenant, my uncle was very ill. He was here for an operation. The doctors gave him very little chance.
Did he know that he had this very little chance?
Yes, of course he knew it. Better than any others.
Yeah. Seems to be clean cut, no loose ends. Mr. Hartford. Yes, sir. Would you accompany me downtown? I need a member of the family, many little items of routine. Why, yes, of course, Lieutenant, of course.
And so you're alone again with Miss Angela Wentworth. You take her home to a cute little apartment on East 34th, and there...
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. You've been very kind.
Not at all. Look, Angela, ours was a chance acquaintance, but there's no reason why it should end there.
No reason at all. I like you very much, Mr. Chambers.
And, I like you. Look, a lawyer was mentioned back there. Was that the only person your uncle would want to see to arrange his affairs?
No, there was another, and much more important. Algernon Sacco, his business advisor.
Sacco?
He has an office down on Pine Street.
Bye now, Miss Wentworth. I'll be in touch with you.
Yes, please do.
Now, here's a brand new wrinkle. Algernon Sacco, crooked as a country road. A big operator and a shrewd one. You tangled with him a few times, but that was way back, before he acquired respectability and a few rich clients. An old cackle voice guy, but smart as a brand new whip. So, you're down on Pine Street, old stone and steel. No pines. No pines at all.
Yeah. Who do you wish to see?
Mr. Sacco, and tell him I'm in a hurry.
Nobody's in a hurry with Mr. Sacco.
I'm in a hurry. Use that little intercom of yours and tell him Peter Chambers.
Just a minute.
Yes?
Mr. Sacco, a gentleman here to see. Says he's in a hurry. A Mr. Peter Chambers.
Who did you say?
A Mr. Peter Chambers.
Oh, of course. Send him in at once.
See what I mean, baby? I'm a real VIP.
Sort of you're right, Mr. Chambers.
Well, good to see you again, my dear private operator.
Algy, my boy, I shall not mince, as they say, words.
To the point then, Peter.
Robert Wentworth.
Oh, excellent client.
Loaded?
$20 million.
Oh, boy, are you going to be sad to hear this.
Yeah, what?
He's dead.
Dead? You're kidding.
I never kid when it has to do with death. Now, look, I want the rundown on this guy, and I want it fast, and I want it all. Do you have a will?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's hear it.
The will left his entire estate to his two nieces, Angela and Marie.
Wow. $10 million each, huh? And who was the executor to this will?
Me, Algernon Sacco.
Pretty piece of change involved for Algernon Sacco.
Yes, now that he's dead, before he changed his will, I'll earn that pretty piece of change. Fees, commissions, it mounts up, it mounts up.
Now, wait a minute. You just said before he changed his will. Did he have any intention of changing it?
Well,
Come on, look, pal, there might be a motive here for murder.
You mean
It's got its angles, but if it gets to the cops, it gets to the newspapers, and all your background gets washed up. Now, you can't use that, Algy, not the new, respectable Algernon Sacco.
What do you want to know?
Well, you know what the man says all the time. The facts, pal, the facts.
Well, he came in late last week and discussed changing his will. He felt that his nieces were well provided for, and he was making up his mind to leave his entire estate to medical research.
Did you like that?
No, I did not.
So what did you do about it?
So I got in touch with Oliver Hartford. After all, a change of will meant a loss to Mr. Hartford's wife of $10 million. And when your wife loses, you...
What did this Hartford do about it?
I don't know. But he was going to tackle the old man and see if he couldn't talk him out of it.
Okay, Algy, thanks for the information. Keep respectable, pal.
Peter Chambers!
You're working now. You're beginning to smell what you suspected. Murder. You get up to Angela Wentworth's place and she opens the door for you and your eyes pop. She's wearing blue silk lounging pajamas. and she has a pony of brandy in her hand. Blue silk lounging pajamas. They were born to be worn by Angela Wentworth.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Chambers.
Likewise, Miss Wentworth. You seem to be rolling with the blow.
Well, I've been thinking about it. Uncle Robert was an old man and very ill. Perhaps it was for the best.
Look, at the ball you attended when you lost your earring...
Would you like some brandy, Mr. Chambers?
Well, I'll take a rain check on it. Now, that ball you attended, who went with you? I mean, who was your escort?
Oliver, my brother-in-law. Uncle insisted. I think I had one cocktail too many at that ball. That earring was gone before I realized it. Mr. Chambers? Mr. Chambers, where are you going?
You're going to pay a social call on Oliver Hartford. You knock on his door and he opens and you pull your way in.
Hey, what's the meaning of this? What's the matter with
you? Nothing. Just got no manners, I suppose.
Get out of here.
I'm going, but you're coming with me.
I'm going with you? Where?
Downtown, police headquarters.
And just what are we going to do there?
I'm going to accuse you of murder. Oliver swings, you duck. You swing, Oliver ducks. But he doesn't duck good enough. He goes down and out. And as you finish the pivot of your swing, there stands Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker in the doorway.
Real nice form, Pete. You're starting to get your shoulders into it.
Thanks, Louis.
Incidentally, apologies to the private eye.
From whom?
From me. I'm not busy anymore.
So?
So the old guy was murdered. He wasn't a suicide.
That's my Louis.
Got finished with the press of business, had time to think. There's a spot of blood in the middle of the room. How come we find the old guy in the rocker by the window?
Exactly. He was shot in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Then he was pulled over to the rocker, the gun was wiped and put into his hand.
Furthermore, downtown, a paraffin test shows the old guy never fired the gun, and that clinches it.
Figures. Where have you been till now, Louis?
Backtracking after you. Saw that Sacco guy, saw that Angela, read that newspaper clipping.
He took her to the ball, Oliver did.
Sure. He stuffs her full of cocktails, then clips the earring.
And sticks that phony ad in the paper.
So he can get her out of the way. Then he goes in to see the old man, bumps him with his own gun, fixes it for suicide, and leaves. And the door locks on the clicker, so we got a locked room in the bug.
Well, what's our next step, Louis?
Well, we take this bum downtown. Let's get him back to consciousness. Take him downtown and see how he acts under a bright white light.
Oliver Hartford at headquarters gets closeted with Detective Parker and a host of excellent interrogators. You wait across the street in Luke McCool's Lonesome Bar and Grill. You sip on a stinger and you ponder. It figures for about 2 hours. Brother, when cops know you done it, and you're an amateur, you're a blustering wise guy for part of the way, but pretty soon you break wide open. Unless you're very smart or very stubborn. And you've got a feeling that Oliver may be very stubborn. So you're off and running, and you're making tracks again for Angela Wentworth's place.
Come in, Mr. Chambers. You're becoming quite a regular visitor. And I like it.
You like it too, but you don't have the time.
I offer brandy. Again, Mr. Chambers.
And again, I've got to refuse. Double rain check this time, Miss Wentworth. Now, look. That earring, may I have it?
The earring?
Angela, look, may I call you Angela?
Oh, please do.
Well, you can trust me with it. I had it once, and I give it back to you, remember?
Yes, but why?
Please, let me have it, and I'll return it to you. And when I do, I've got a hunch I'll have the time. Or, perhaps a brandy or two.
All right, Mr. Chambers. Here it is.
And so you're back in Luke McCool's Lonesome Bar and Grill across the street from headquarters, and you're trifling with stingers again when Parker shows up. And he hangs a face in front of you that's longer than a lover's kiss.
Pete, boy, we've got us a tarder.
Meaning who?
Meaning that Oliver Hartford. Tough boy.
That's tough. The guy killed Uncle Robert so that his wife could pick up 10 million solid simoleons. There's no one else, Louis. No one else could possibly have done it if nobody with motive.
You're so right, boy. Angela, she was with you. Sacco, no question, he was in his office all day. The other niece, Oliver's wife, we've checked it. She's in New Hampshire. No question, we've got the right pigeon. We've got him right up to the breaking point, but he won't break. Pete, all I need is a gimmick, one little thing to shove him over.
And I've got it for you, Lieutenant.
Got what?
A crowbar that'll topple the rock. Only this crowbar is green, it's shiny, and it's worth $20,000. Here. Look.
That's a beauty. Where'd you get that?
Out of Oliver Hartford's suite.
No.
Yep. So, Louis, my lad, take this earring and shove it down his throat.
Gimme, pal.
So you're alone once more, and you've got your fingers crossed. Psychologically, it fits. But if it blows up, you're going to be in the middle of the explosion. If it blows, it'll blow all over you. But 20 minutes later, Park is back and he's beaming. He returns the earring and he claps you on the back. And a clap on the back from Parker is like a jolt to the jaw from Marciano.
Got him good. Full confession, the works. Broke him down completely. Oh, and now he's up the other alley pleading for leniency.
You tricked him, Louis.
I tricked him. No, not me. That's my pride. I'm a straight cop. I tricked nobody.
I know. So I had to trick you into tricking him.
What are you talking about?
The emerald earring.
What about it?
It's the wrong one. It's the one out of Uncle's pocket. The mate to the one that disappeared.
The wrong one? Well, then where's the right one?
Well, it must be where, psychologically, it ought to be. Now, you had the guy on the brink, Louis. There wasn't time to go look for the right one, so I used the wrong earring for the right purpose, and it worked. So now...
Let's go find the right one.
You accompany Parker and 5 of his best boys to Oliver's suite, and they give it a professional going-over, and they come up with the earring. Inside a cake of soap. Amateurs are all alike. They think they discovered a brand new hiding place just because they thought of it. Parker gives them to you, the pair.
Go ahead, kiddo. You return them. You may as well get something out of this. Glory, at least.
And so the private eye, in proper tradition, is back where he belongs, in the beautiful lady's apartment. He partakes of a bit of brandy, and then he presents her with a complete set of emerald earrings.
Oh, Mr. Chambers, I don't know how to thank you.
Think nothing of it, ma'am?
A fee. Would you perhaps accept a fee?
No, thanks. Nothing as mundane as a fee.
But I just don't know how to thank you.
Well, you think about it, Angela. Just sip your brandy and think.
Come here, Mr. Chambers.
Oh, I'm coming, ma'am.
I think I know what you mean. Something like this? Oh, Mr. Chambers.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers transcribed was created and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Bill Zuckert, heard as Lieutenant Parker, Joyce Gordon as Angela, and Bernard Grant as Oliver. It was directed by Fred Way. And this is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Danger, Dr. Danfield. Danfield, my wife was murdered. And there's the man who did it. Oh, don't believe him, Doctor. I didn't do it.
Then who killed her?
He did. He arranged it purposely to put the blame on me. The gun in my hand, the witnesses, he planned it that way from the beginning.
Dr. Daniel Danfield, student of crime psychology, has many times provided police with a solution to a baffling case. And at times, too, the alert Dr. Danfield has found that his pet theories on the workings of the criminal mind must be subject to change without notice. There's an interesting case ahead for the young doctor today. Let's see how he handles it. At the moment, we find Dr. Danfield in his study dictating to that precocious secretary, Rusty Fairfax. The problem of an increasing crime rate cannot be solved by so-called improved methods of apprehending the criminal. We must seek first to check the causes of crime, to detect the crime before it's committed. Now, how's that sound?
Do you want my honest opinion, Doctor?
Well, certainly.
I think it's pretty stuffy.
Stuffy? It's the truth.
You asked for my opinion.
In other words, Miss Fairfax, you think this is going to be a dull speech. You think my audience is going to be bored.
I don't think they'll be bored. Before that happens, they'll all be asleep.
Great. You know, Rusty, sometimes I wonder if there's anything under that lovely red hair of yours except skull.
Oh, there have been times when you mentioned certain points of interest.
Please don't change the subject. I'm trying to make plain that the crime problem is anything but a dull topic. Have you any idea how many crimes are committed in this country every day?
Well, I saw a movie last night. That was one.
Rusty, my little angel face. In the United States of America, a crime of violence is committed on the average of once every 8 minutes.
No.
Yes. And a good percentage of them right here in this city.
Oh, it's impossible, Dan.
Well, I have a lot of fancy figures from eminent authorities to prove it. That's what's wrong, Rusty. People won't believe these things are happening all around them. They have to be made to understand or realize
Oh,
that...
how can you make them realize? Look out the window. The sun going down over the city. You couldn't make anyone believe that in that beautiful scene there's crime.
Ah, but there is, Rusty. How do we know what's going on behind those thousands of windows? Anything can be happening. Absolutely.
Just a moment. Who is it? Who's there? Who is it? Oh, you. Why didn't... Oh. Why do you have that gun? What are you going to do? Oh, put it down. Don't shoot! Don't! Don't!
Yeah, good morning, Rusty. Did you get my speech typed out?
It's all here, Dan. 20 pages. This isn't a speech, it's a filibuster.
I thought it sounded rather good when I dictated it last time.
Well, the fact that I stayed here until midnight taking it down is an indication of something.
An indication that you like your job, perhaps?
Oh, or my employer.
Oh. And so early in the morning, too. Possibly a characteristic of red-haired women.
Oh, you and your psychology.
Rusty, will you see who's at the door?
Yes, master. Good morning, Captain Otis.
Good morning, Rusty.
Well, Captain, glad to see you.
Hello, Dan. Am I interrupting?
No, not at all. Always happy to see my favorite minion of the law. Tell me, what's new at headquarters?
I see you have the morning paper. Did you read about the Eve Sheldon murder?
Yes. Also that the boys have the killer behind bars. It's quick work. Something of a surprise, though. Neil Morton being tagged for murder.
Because of the rich family and all that?
Sure. Only son of a millionaire, no criminal record. You're positive he killed her?
Well, I was.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's a peculiar case, Dan. I find myself in the embarrassing position of having arrested a man for a murder I don't think he committed.
But, Captain, the newspaper said you found Morton standing over the woman's body with the gun in his hand.
Looks like pretty conclusive evidence, Captain.
True, very true, my boy. The trouble is it seems a little too conclusive, if you get what I mean.
You think Morton was framed?
That's what I think, but I have no proof. Here's the story. I know it well because I happened to be in on it from the beginning. Last night about 6:30, Roy Sheldon, Eve Sheldon's husband, came to my office. He was upset.
Help me, Captain Otis. I'm going out of my mind.
The police will do what they can, Sheldon. But we can't go out to this Neil Morton and arrest him simply because you think he's fallen in love with your wife.
But you could if I prove he's trying to break up our home and take my wife away from me. There's a law against that, isn't there?
Can you prove it?
Yes, listen. Neil Morton and I both went with Eve when we were in college. There was plenty of competition, but she finally married me, even though Neil had all that money.
Go on.
I told Eve I'd give her everything that Neil could give her after we were married. Well, it didn't work out that way. I had a lot of bad luck.
So Eve decided she'd made a bad choice.
Yes, Neil helped her. He kept dragging us down to that estate, showing off his cars and stables, his servants, rubbing it in.
I appreciate your problem, Sheldon, but I still see nothing to justify a criminal charge against Neil Morton.
But you will. Tonight, in half an hour, Neil is coming to our apartment to get Eve's decision.
Decision?
Yes. 2 days ago, I overheard them talking. Neil was trying to sell Evie the idea of divorcing me and marrying him. Apparently, he'd been trying to talk her into it for weeks. She promised to give him her answer tonight.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Wait. Tonight, I'm supposed to be at a lodge meeting. Neil is coming at 8 o'clock.
Oh, but Mr.
I'm not
Sheldon...
asking you to snoop. Just come with me. We'll wait outside. I won't even ask you to go in. Unless there's a good reason.
I still don't think this is a job for the police, Sheldon. But if you wish, I'll go with you.
In a moment, we'll return for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield. But first... Now back to Michael Dunn for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Well, it's an interesting story so far, Captain. How'd it end?
Just the way you read it in the newspapers. Sheldon and I went to the apartment.
Let's wait here in this doorway, Captain. He'll be here soon. It's almost 8.
You know, Sheldon, this is a job for a private detective, not the police.
You may not think so later.
What was that?
Well, there's no telling what Morton may do if Eve turns him down. Stand back. Here he comes. Now, come with me.
Aren't you rushing things?
We've got to follow him in.
But it seems to me you ought to give the man a chance.
No, he won't beat around the bush. He'll have her answer ready when he steps in the door. Let's go. This is our apartment.
Go on in, Sheldon. If you run into trouble, you can call me.
Don't leave.
Don't worry, I won't.
Eve! Roy, I found her. She's dead. Eve! Morton, you killed her! Oh, I didn't. I was just... He killed her. He killed my wife. There's a gun in his hand. Boy. Morton, I'm...
Steady, Sheldon. I'll handle this. So you see, Dan, I had to arrest Neil Morton and charge him with the shooting of Eve Sheldon.
I see what you mean, Captain. I also see a couple of other things.
What, Dan?
Well, I can see, Rusty, what Captain Otis meant when he said the whole setup was too pat.
Well, what's pat about it? It seems to me that Captain Otis caught Neil Morton red-handed.
What was Morton's story, Captain?
Well, he told rather a fantastic tale about Sheldon coming to see him about 7 o'clock last night. And Sheldon told Morton that Eve was sick and wanted to see him.
Morton have any witnesses to that?
Well, no.
Tell me, how about the shot? Did anyone hear it?
No, it looks to me like Morton's a dead duck.
Not yet he isn't, Captain. Now, as I understand it, there was only one set of fingerprints on the gun.
Yes, Morton's. That's one of the problems.
And doesn't it strike you as rather strange? Morton must have had the gun in his pocket when he entered the room. Now, even though his sole purpose in being there was to murder Eve Sheldon, he would have had to handle the gun several times.
Yeah, so Morton's fingerprints should have been all over it.
Right. Prints would have been made when he put it in his pocket at home, when he took it out of his pocket, and when he held it in firing position.
And the fact that there was only one set of prints would indicate that the gun had been wiped clean before Morton touched it.
Exactly. Looks to me as though Morton came into the room, found Eve dead on the floor with the gun beside her, and instinctively picked it up. At which point Sheldon arrived and began yelling bloody murder.
Well, it's still only a theory, Dan. It doesn't prove that Neil Morton didn't kill Eve Sheldon, and it doesn't prove that anyone else did. I can't see that we're any better off.
Oh, but we are, Rusty. We're reasonably certain that it wasn't Neil Morton who killed Eve. Now, the next thing to do is to have a talk with Roy Sheldon. Let's go, Captain.
This is the apartment house, Dan.
Yeah, not exactly a ritzy place, is it?
Sheldon claims he couldn't afford anything better. It's halfway down the hall.
Well, if he promised his wife luxury, he certainly missed the boat.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yes?
Oh, Captain Otis. Hello, Sheldon. This is Dr. Danfield, the crime psychologist.
Crime psychologist? May we come in?
Well,
Could you come back some other time after all?
Sorry, Sheldon, this can't wait.
Captain, the least you can do is respect a man's grief. We do respect your grief, Sheldon, but we also respect the possibility of a miscarriage of justice. Oh, where was the body lying, Captain?
Oh, over there by the window.
I resent this.
Oh, sorry, Sheldon. We're just making sure that it was Neil Morton who murdered your wife.
Making sure? You saw him do it.
The only thing I saw was Morton standing over the body with a gun in his hand.
Sure, and his fingerprints were on the gun. The bullet came from the gun.
Shut up. Now, Dan,
Roy, darling.
Vina, I told you. Oh. No, skip it. This is Vina Rosalind. She's a friend of mine.
Oh, friend, eh? Do all your friends call you Roy, darling?
Roy, who are these men?
I'm Dr. Danfield, Miss Rosalind. This is Captain Otis of the police department. We're here to ask Mr. Sheldon a few questions regarding his wife's death.
Asking questions. But Neil Morton killed her. I saw him go into the apartment.
Oh, did you, Miss Rosalind?
Sure I did. I was just going into my room when he came along the hall and knocked on Roy's door.
Where is your apartment, Miss Rosalind?
Across the hall, 2 doors down.
Did you see Morton enter this apartment?
No, I didn't actually see him go in. I couldn't just stand there and stare at him.
Of course not. What did you do?
What difference does it make? Don't answer him, Vina.
Keep quiet, Sheldon. This is important. Go ahead, Dan.
Actually, Miss Rosalind, you're not sure that Morton entered this apartment.
Oh, yes, I am. After I entered my own apartment, I stood near the door, listening.
Oh? What did you hear?
I heard the door open, Morton go inside, and the door closed.
Tell me, how long was it after that Sheldon and Captain Otis arrived?
About 2 minutes.
Now, that's close, Dan. Sheldon and I weren't more than a couple of minutes behind Morton.
So that settles that. I was with Captain Otis all the time.
Not so fast, Sheldon. Miss Rosalind, were you standing at the door listening between the time Morton entered this apartment and when Captain Otis and Sheldon arrived?
Yes.
How long would you say it was after Neil Morton entered the apartment before you heard the shot?
The shot? Why,
There was a shot, wasn't there?
Why, I suppose.
You're crazy. Of course there was a shot. There had to be. Tell him how long it was before you heard it, Vina.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it couldn't have been very long.
Are you telling me that you know exactly how much time passed before Sheldon and the captain arrived, but you can't say when you heard the shot?
Why don't you leave her alone? Can you expect her to think firing questions at her that way?
The answer to that is simple. Miss Rosalind is confused only because she didn't hear the shot. There wasn't any shot.
Wasn't any? There had to be.
That's right, Sheldon, there had to be. When there's a bullet hole, there must be a shot. But when the shot was fired is a different thing. Now, sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Sheldon, but I think that if Neil Morton came here last night with murder on his mind, he was a little too late.
In a moment, we'll return for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now back to Michael Dunn for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Dr. Danfield's office.
Hello, Rusty. This is Dan.
Dan, where are you?
I'm in a drugstore near Morton's place. Now, I want you to call the Sheldon's apartment, explain who you are, and tell him to pick up Vina Rosalind and come out to Morton's home at once.
Where's Captain Otis?
He's going down to headquarters to engineer Morton's release.
To engineer Morton's release? Well, then he isn't giving...
After you make the call, Rusty, grab a taxi and come down to Morton's yourself. Oh, by the way, bring your notebook, will you?
But Dan, suppose Sheldon refuses to come.
I don't think he'll refuse, Rusty. That's all. Goodbye.
Yeah? All right, I get it. Yeah.
Who was it, Roy?
Danfield's secretary. He says Danfield wants us both to meet him at Morton's house in an hour.
Why?
I don't know.
Roy, are we going?
Sure we're going.
But, what if they found out something?
Don't worry, they haven't. There isn't a chance.
I wish I were sure.
Come on, honey, quit worrying. Just leave everything to me.
Kiss me, Roy.
Doesn't make things better.
Only it could always be like this.
It will be. No one's ever going to know.
Unless what, Roy?
Vina, what'd you do with the gun?
Gun? What gun?
After you shot Eve.
After I... Roy!
Okay, you don't have to tell me. It's probably better that I didn't know.
Roy, you're not trying to say that I... Oh, no, you can't be that rotten.
What do you mean, that rotten? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, saying that I shot Eve.
Oh, stop putting on an act. We're together in this thing.
We were together. But if you think you could put the blame on me, why, you cheap double-crossing...
Are you accusing me of murdering Eve?
You bet I am. You did it, and I'm just the girl who can prove it.
You little...
Skip the act, Roy. I'm Vina, remember? The only witness you've got.
Shut up!
Oh. Okay, Roy, if that's the way you want it. Come on, let's go over to Morton. It looks like Danfield is going to hang out the wash
And I want to be there when you go through the ringer.
Well, Mr. Morton, I've looked forward to meeting you. I hope you don't mind if I ask you a few questions.
What if I say I do? Oh, really, Danfield? This is ridiculous.
Oh.
First I'm framed for a murder I didn't commit, then I'm told I'm free. Then I'm held prisoner here in my own home. What's the idea? And what's Captain Otis prowling around the other rooms for?
I hope to have the answer to your questions in just a... Oh, excuse me. Well, that must be my secretary. Oh, hello, Rusty. Come on in.
Hello, Dan. I called Sheldon. He and Miss Roseland will be over.
Well, this is Neil Morton, Rusty. Mr. Morton, my secretary, Miss Fairfax.
How do you do?
How do you do? That about Sheldon coming here? I won't let that fellow in this house. Now, who's this Miss Rosalind?
Friend of Sheldon. He lived down the hall a couple of doors from his apartment. Oh, do you remember meeting a girl in the hall?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, yes, I believe there was a girl there at that. Give me an odd look now that I think about it.
Would you recognize her if you saw her again?
I think I would. Oh, hello, Miss Fairfax.
Hello, Captain. I didn't know you were here.
Oh, I've been here for some time, picking up a few little interesting odds and ends.
Any luck, Captain?
Yes. I've found what I was looking for, Dan. What about you?
Not bad. As soon as Miss Rosalind and Sheldon get here, I think we'll be able to clear up this case without any trouble.
The devil are you talking about? Certainly there's no question of who killed Eve Sheldon.
I'm afraid there is, Morton. You see, there are several people involved in this affair.
Oh, I see. You think perhaps this Miss Rosalind...
Possibly.
Oh, Doctor, pardon me for laughing, but you don't really expect Sheldon and Miss Rosalind to come here.
Yes, don't you?
Well, hardly. I'll gladly make a small wager that the two of them are over the hills and far away right now. Sheldon's a fool, but not that much of a fool.
After all, someone's at the door, Neil. Will you show Mr. Sheldon and Miss Rosalind in?
Still don't believe it. Dan, this idea of yours may work, and it may not.
What are you worried about, Captain?
I think we both know who committed the murder. But I'll admit that I haven't found a logical motive. And without a motive, the evidence we have means nothing.
Well, it appears to me you have more motives than anything else.
Captain Otis is right, Rusty. Let's bide our time. I'm going to try a psychological experiment. Watch for a surprise.
Well, too bad you didn't make that little wager, Dr. Danfield. You'd have won.
Hello, Miss Rosalind. Mr. Sheldon.
Let's get this straight, Danfield, right at the start. You can't pin this murder on me. I have Captain Otis as a witness. I was with him at the time it happened.
All right, then you have nothing to worry about.
Besides, would I have come here if I had anything to do with it?
Perhaps you came to defend yourself, which means that Miss Rosalind is here for the same reason.
I don't have to defend myself. I don't know anything about it.
Well, Dr. Danfield, you have the stage all set for the great final scene. Let's begin, huh?
Gladly, Mr. Morton. Now, Miss Rosalind, I'm going to be very frank. We have good reason to believe you killed Eve Sheldon.
So he told you. Well, I didn't. He killed her, and he's trying to put the blame on me.
That's not true. She did it. Thought she could get away with it. Then when the police came into it, she got scared and tried to pass the buck.
Why, you heel!
Wait a moment. Sheldon, when did you decide that Miss Rosalind had killed Eve?
I suspected she was going to do it for a long time. She'd been threatening, but I didn't think she'd go through with it. She thought with Eve out of the way that I'd marry her.
You conceited... You can't prove that.
Well, Morton, what have you to say?
Really, this whole argument is stupid. Why are these two shouting? I was the one who was framed. Simply because I fell for Sheldon's sob story, I was accused of murder and spent a night in jail.
Well, the odd part of it is, Morton, you weren't framed. You only thought you were.
But I don't get that.
Well, you will in a minute. Sheldon, I'm asking Captain Otis to arrest you and Miss Rosalind and charge you with obstructing justice.
Obstructing justice? What is this?
You both claim you knew the other had murdered Eve, and yet you allowed Neil Morton to be arrested for the crime. What neither of you knew was that Neil Morton actually did shoot Eve Sheldon.
Oh, really, you're quite an amusing fellow, Danfield. Tell us more.
All right, Morton. Captain, what was it you found in Morton's bedroom?
A silencer. Here it is.
Recognize it, Morton?
Well, of course. It's mine. I've had it for years. So what?
So you used this silencer on the gun with which you shot Eve Sheldon yesterday evening?
That's very interesting. Unfortunately, it isn't true.
Oh, isn't it? Morton, you'd been in love with Eve Sheldon for years. When she married, you were furious. Still, you thought it would be easy to win her back because you had money and Sheldon had nothing.
Danfield, this is stupid.
Oh, wait. Yesterday evening, about 6 o'clock, you went to Sheldon's apartment. You shot Eve using this silencer on the gun.
Oh.
You left the gun there, but removed the silencer and came home.
And who's going to believe a story like that?
Well, naturally, I have proof, Morton. When Sheldon came home, he found his wife dead. He thought Miss Rosalind had murdered her because she threatened to do so. That gave Sheldon an idea. He saw a chance to pin the murder on you, whom he hated, and let Miss Rosalind off free.
Oh, you're still talking nonsense, Danfield. Would I walk into Sheldon's apartment if I already knew his wife was lying dead on the floor?
Yes.
You reasoned when Sheldon came and told you his wife was ill and asked you to go and see her that he hadn't discovered her body. If you refused to do as he asked, you'd be giving away yourself completely.
Oh, and just how do you think you're going to prove all this?
I'll show you. Miss Rosalind, when was the first time you saw Neil Morton?
Why, I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do. You saw him enter the apartment for the first time last night about 6 o'clock, didn't you?
Well, there was a man, but I didn't know...
You didn't know it was Morton because it was the first time you'd seen him. Later on, you said you recognized him when he came back the second time.
That's right, Dan. Miss Rosalind had to see Morton twice in order to recognize him the second time.
Well, Danfield, it's really quite a story. You made it up very ingeniously. Only one thing you've overlooked. I had no reason to kill Eve Sheldon. And as you crime people say, no motive. Well, certainly I wouldn't shoot a girl simply because I went with her in college. Would I, Captain Otis?
Well, one wouldn't think so. Dan?
All right, Morton. Let's say I've made a good try. I should have eliminated you as a suspect in the beginning.
Well, I'm glad to hear you admit it.
You haven't the courage to be a killer.
Now you're getting personal, Danfield.
I deal in criminal psychology, Morton. I marked you immediately as a moral weakling.
Now, just a
in
moment.
college, you wanted to be a ladies' man, but no girl would have you because there's no manhood in you.
Look here, Danfield.
All your life, you've been a pampered child, Morton. You've gotten what you want by throwing a tantrum.
Why,
You wanted Eve Sheldon, and you couldn't have her. She scorned you, ridiculed you, just as women have always done.
Stop it!
Dan, he has the paper knife!
I'll kill you, Danfield!
Oh, now you won't.
Morton, Sheldon, help me! I'll kill you, Danfield, just like I killed Eve Sheldon. I'll kill you, too. You can't stop me. You dirty, you ran off it! You dirty! You love Morton! I'll tie you on
Nice punch, Dan. He's out cold.
Well, Captain, there's a successful illustration of applied psychology.
Well, you can call it psychology, Dan, but it looked to me like a perfect left hook.
In a moment, we'll return for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Just draw up a chair, Captain.
Yeah, thanks.
Plug in the percolator, Rusty, will you? Some hot coffee will do us all.
It's plugged in and practically perky. Now, let me look at your arm.
Huh?
Did he get you with that paper knife, Dan?
Yes, but not where he intended to, Captain, fortunately.
Dan, that's a nasty cut. I'll get the first aid kit.
But I want to know, Captain, who pays for sewing up the rip in the sleeve of this suit?
Oh, don't let him fool you, Captain. That coat's been ready for the rag man for years.
Blabbermouth.
I thought we were all through, Dan, when Morton brought up the motive. Up to that point, there just wasn't one.
Well, I played a hunch that time,